August 4th, 2025 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning and Appeals, also known as the BZA. The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. My name is William Ray. I have the privilege of being the chairperson. And to my right, we have Mr. Sadal and Mr. Neal. To my left, we have Ms. Smith, and we have Ms. Smith joining us. We have two Smiths on that side. And then we also have Mr. Jordan. Some of our members are running a little late, so I want to go ahead and kind of start some of the preliminary things to get it going, okay? And then staff members that will present, or that are present here tonight, we have Ms. Brooks, we have Ms. Clark, Mr. Foster, Ms. Bachet, I got that right, and Ms. Working. And to my immediate right, Mr. Kevin Huger, who is our attorney that represents our board. Because this hearing is a public fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to this hearing, an announcement was posted and printed in the Post and Courier on or near the designated area, and a notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representative, to the property owners within 300 feet of the property, and parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and news media have also requested declaration of our meeting and have also been notified. The Board of Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judiciary body that has final decision-making authority on the following: appeals of a zoning-related decision. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged that there is an error in the order, requirement, decision, or the determination made by the administrative official in the administration or the enforcement of the zoning-related regulations. A two-thirds vote of the quorum present is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in an appeal. We also have special exceptions. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location within the zoning district, upon demonstrating that such a use complies with all the conditions and standards specified by the Zoning and Land Development Regulation Ordinance, also known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find that a special exception meets all 6 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a special exception. A simple majority is required in order to grant a special exception. And then finally, we have a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA's regulation in the ordinance where an action is or will not be contrary to the public interest and where, owing to the conditions particular to the property and is not the result of their own actions or the situation of the applicant, a literal enforcement of the code will result in an unnecessary and undue hardship. And such a variance is consistent with Section 6-29-800 of the Code of South Carolina, Title 6 and Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variance meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a variance. A simple majority is required to grant a variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist this board in gathering evidence that is pertinent to each case. If a member of the board feels a need for further information to clarify a case, the board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It is understood that the rules of your neighborhood or subdivisions are binding, and we can take no actions that will neglect their jurisdiction over your property. In addition to your testimony, our board has been presented written information submitted to staff by the applicant or the applicant's agent for each case. This information is now considered to be evidence, and it has been entered into the permanent record of this body. It is assumed to be complete, true, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application's effect on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, to deny a special exception or a variance request. We are also authorized to defer a case should there be a need to obtain additional information. The BZA has the final decision. The BZA's final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of this public hearing. It will be mailed certified mail to the applicant and U.S. mail to the neighbors and the community of interest. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this evening are valid for 12 months after this meeting, and a one-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has been commenced or it is being diligently pursued. However, if an applicant's request is disapproved and the applicant wishes to appeal this decision of this board concerning the case, an appeal must be addressed to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that an appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days of the decision of this board and when it's been mailed to them. Failure to file that appeal within this time limit deprives this board of its jurisdiction to hear a matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything that is said in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All of the information provided to the BZA must be considered evidence, and the board may certify contempt of circuit court if false testimony is made either in writing or orally. Each person that wishes to speak to this board will be sworn in by the BZA secretary before providing testimony or evidence. In order to expedite this process, we ask that each member please stand up, raise your right hand, and Ms. Workin will administer the oath.
Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say I do. I swear to tell nothing but the truth. I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts that are pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand and state his or her name and the current address for the record before presenting testimony that is pertinent to each case that is limited to 5 minutes. I would then ask those speaking in support or opposition to each case, and they will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves and are limited to 2 minutes each. The applicant will then have a chance to reply to the opposition. They will be limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. Finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application stating specific facts of the case and any conclusion of law. Tonight we will hear 10 new cases. And really right now, I kind of got ahead of the game. I'm hoping that we have one or two more members to show up.
Just need one.
One more member to show up before we can actually start the case. But Ms. Workin, did we just hear from one of our board members?
Yes, I need to contact the other one.
If you like, you want to start the first case and start reading it? No, you don't want to start doing that yet? It's too far out. Okay. Well, we'll get to that when the other one gets here, too. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you accept my apology. I guess the traffic is pretty bad. I'm 5:26 or whatever trying to get here. This is kind of uncommon for us, but it does happen. So if you would, please just wait patiently. We will start just as quickly as we get one more board member, okay? Thank you.
too much work involved.
I take it you didn't plan it. I take it you didn't plan it.
No. I mean, client work.
Yeah.
Say again?
Client work.
Two that are out there.
Working on client issues almost every day I was gone.
The roads, part of the deed.
I see.
It's accuracy.
Bit of a pain. But it is what it is.
Short-term rental. Four short-term
How are
rental.
you?
For start.
How are you? I said, how
I'm
are
doing
you?
good. Yeah. Trying to pick enrollment up.
Elijah was excited to go back.
Oh boy.
Who? Yes. Who?
Says that happens sometimes.
You can take discussion with Leah, but you can't vote decisions on the point to it. Go through it.
And then to have a huge backlog.
Yeah, exactly.
Have to start at 1.
You've gone. They got time to argue. Yeah, he got time.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We have one of our board members en route. He is participating virtually, and he will be joining us shortly. And to kind of expedite things, we're going to go ahead and continue to move forward. And so that way, we won't delay your cases and make sure everything working well. So our member that is operating and participating virtually is Mr. Jordan. So he should join us momentarily. So our first case tonight will be presented by Ms. Working. It's case BZA 06-25-00868. And one last thing here, we have monitors down here below us, so we won't be looking behind us here. So just to let you know that we are still interested in what you have to say and what was going on. So Ms. Working, if you would, please.
Yes. The applicants and property owners, Adam Burgeon and Nicole Rydberg of 475 Lindbergh LLC, are requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density residential R4 zoning district at 475 Lindbergh Street, which is TMS number 343100062 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The property contains a single-family residence with 3 bedrooms that was constructed in 1953 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 3 bedrooms and will provide 5 parking spots pursuant to the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. Parking requirements. The maximum number of guests allowed will be 9. The property is not owner-occupied, therefore the property is not eligible for a limited home rental or LHR. This is the zoning ordinance requirements for STRs in the R4 zoning district, the 300-foot radius map, the aerial map, and then zoomed out. We posted the property on July 17th, 2025. Some photographs of the subject the subject property and the parking and the adjacent property. So you can kind of see the parking over to the left. Lindbergh Street and Canal Street, the site plan, tenant notice, and plat. Regarding the 3 approval criteria, we said it may meet all 3 criteria. The board may approve the conditions, or deny the request based on the BZA's finding of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. The board can modify any of staff's recommended conditions. So we have a couple of recommended conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, the property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. And we did receive 5 public comments in opposition. This is the only STR on this street. There are 9 active on Riverland Drive. Questions?
All right. One question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Working. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Riverland Drive, I know Riverland Drive, but I don't know which end this is on. I didn't really see the map. So if you can, the furthest you can zoom out, I don't know Canal Street
Right.
or...
This one you could see it pretty well. Do you see it? Your screen's working, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it more towards Maybank Highway, stuff out that way, or is it more towards the other end?
It's closer to Maybank Highway.
Okay, so it's close to the golf course?
Yes.
Stuff over there. And are there other short-term rentals in that area, aren't there?
We calculated that there's 9 on Riverland Drive area, but not on this particular street.
Okay. All right, that's all for now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present today? Very good. One of you come up, one at a time anyway. Please come to the podium.
Great. Thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Thank you for having me. So, name is Adam Bergen.
How about lift that mic up a little bit? You're tall.
Right? Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So, name is Adam Bergen. The property that we're speaking of is 475 Lindbergh Street. Our situation is a little different, and I know we've spoken to Jennifer about this. So we bought the house a few years ago and actually submitted all our paperwork to the board. Everything went in, check was cashed, and us being naive, we thought we were good to go. Reached back out to, I believe, Josh was
Yes.
in charge at that point.
Dowling, yes.
Called, emailed, never got a response, so we assumed we were good to go. Mr. Ziegler, Lee Ziegler, reached out to us a little bit ago, told us that our paperwork was never submitted. So we resent everything that we sent in years ago, and then we've been going through this process since then, obviously. So we had rented it, and we know that was a mistake now. But we've been going through the process with everyone to get it right. We know a lot of the complaints when it comes to short-term rentals are noise in the neighborhood, lack of community, stuff like that. And we know and appreciate that. You know, we live across the street, across Maybank more than half the year. And obviously everyone moves in somewhere they want it to be a neighborhood. They want it to be home. And so we're more than open to work with any of the neighbors, residents, give our numbers out. We have the sound device inside the house. We don't want people to get loud. I know one of the complaints was noise outside. We have told people in the past after 9 p.m. they're not allowed outside just because of it being a neighborhood. But we, like I said, we're hoping to be able to have this as a short-term rental. Willing to work with anyone in the neighborhood to solve any problems there might be, and we're more than open to listening to anything that people have to say. So that's all.
Okay. Let's see if any board member has a question for you. Anyone on my right? Mr. Neal.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple quick questions. So you were operating it, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes.
But that's fine. Do you have a current management company that is doing it for you? Or are you managing it or yourself?
We are managing it. We have obviously a local cleaner and a local handyman, landscaper, everything like that, who's over there.
So is there a sign posted that has your phone number on it, or is there a sign posted that has the handyman phone number on it?
Yeah, the guests get all that information.
I don't care about the guest. I'm caring about a neighbor.
Oh, we do not have a sign in front of the house, but if that's
so you're willing to put some type of signage up? Because
of course.
most of these Airbnbs that come up, or
They can't have a sign.
they can't have a sign that says managed by? Well, I apologize. Will you be able to provide numbers for the management to neighbors that are concerned? 'Cause obviously, we got some,
of course,
some people that were not as enthusiastic about you having rental property there.
Totally understand. Yeah. So we have no problem providing my number.
Yeah.
Nicole owns the house with me as well.
And what platforms are you currently marketing this on? Is it VRBO, Airbnb?
We were only, while we had it up, we've taken it down since, obviously, Mr. Ziegler's reached out to us. Just Airbnb and VRBO, Verbo, however they want to go.
And that's how you're vetting your clients and things like that?
So Airbnb, obviously, they have to have a driver's license. We make people have previous rental history. We've canceled people who've had bad reviews as a guest before because we don't want them to mess up the neighborhood, mess up the house. So we try to be particular on who's there, but you can only do so much, as you know.
And you mentioned in your testimony about you've got the monitoring system for the noise and stuff. Have you had any issues since you were renting it during that short period of time?
Not really. They've never gone off since we've had the monitors, but before I can't, obviously. But they're only inside, so it's hard to judge the outside noise if there is any.
And Mr. Chair, my last question is about parking. How many spots are required? And it doesn't really have a parking site plan other than it looks like you got a pretty decent sized driveway.
I believe when they did one of the surveys that we sent in, it did have the parking. So the driveway can probably fit 4 to 5 cars, and then there's also a driveway on the side of the house on the canal side.
Okay. We're not parking on the yard or anything like that?
Oh, no. None of that.
Okay. Have you heard from any of your neighbors about issues?
Not directly. I know one time our landscaper was asked to take a light down because it was shining into the house next door, and that's been removed. But no, and then one neighbor actually reached out to us and asked if their sister could stay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
If their sister would be able to stay at the rental during the holidays. That was for this coming up Thanksgiving, but that's kind of gone nowhere since then.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yep. Yes, sir.
Mr. Bergen, I wasn't sure I caught. How long, you assumed that you had a license or you've been renting. How long was that period?
It's been a few years, probably.
A few years.
Yeah.
Okay, and during that time, you were asked whether you had complaints. What you said a neighbor had inquired about renting for a family member,
Yes.
and they mentioned a light problem with the neighbor next door.
Yeah,
that you-
it was one of those weird motion sensing lights.
I
It was,
see.
It was blinding, I will say that.
So, for the rest of that time, for the years you've been renting this, have there been any other complaints that you received?
We have never heard from anybody, no. Like I said, I don't know if anyone had our number. It's it's online. If you look up the home address, it's, we bought the house, our number's listed on the deed and stuff, so, but we haven't directly heard from anybody.
And have you met the neighbors behind you, on either side of you? Do you know them?
Not really, no, to be very honest. We're there. We stay at the house a lot. Because we're in town once a month, but we've never really met anyone. When we first moved in, someone came across the street while we were installing a Ring camera and said hello, but that's really about it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll ask a question or two.
Okay.
Are you familiar with these 5 complaints?
Yeah, I was sent the email regarding the
Okay.
complaints that were read.
So can you address them just briefly, please?
Yeah, I know the one is about the noise, people outside. We do apologize for that. Obviously, no one wants people out late at night where the deck is, or the back deck is to their house. And that's something where we'd love to be known about that so we can tell guests that they aren't allowed outside at night. If something's going on, to reach out to them. A couple of the other ones, when it comes to no sidewalks in the neighborhood or cars passing through, those are hard. Even if we're renting it full time, people could call Ubers and have Ubers there all the time. So it being a rental, I don't know how much that affects that. It very well could, but I know us ourselves, we call Ubers all the time, so it is a random car coming through the neighborhood, but that's just because we don't want to drive somewhere.
Okay.
What were the other ones? Some of them were just people don't want Airbnbs in general in the neighborhood, and I believe there's ones that I oppose, so.
That's correct. Okay. Tell me about this noise device that you have.
They're just on Amazon. They basically send an alert when it gets over a certain decibel level. So,
Okay. All right. Did you have any questions, Ms. Smith?
I do, yeah.
okay.
You had mentioned that you live out of town,
Part-time, yes.
part-time. And so when this is rented, you're out of town.
No, not necessarily. So
Okay.
we have a place that we, so I am a taxpayer here in the state and a registered voter as of last year. So we live on the, have a place on the other side of Maybank Highway
Okay.
that we are here, a couple weeks a year, or a couple weeks a month, I'm sorry. And then the other part of the time we're in Arizona or just a lot of traveling for work. So.
Okay, so some of the time when it's rented, you won't be in town, and
Correct.
You had mentioned leaving your number for neighbors if they have a problem, but let's say you aren't in town. Is there somebody local that they can call if something needs to be addressed right away?
Something addressed right away. Our handyman is always around to address any problems like that. And then our cleaner, he has a cleaning company. He has a couple short-term rentals, so he kind of knows what's going on ins and outs, and he's always very helpful and willing to help out in any way.
Okay, and then let's say it's a noise complaint. So it's not handy, it's not cleaning,
Yeah.
it's something like that. Is
Yeah,
there
if
somebody
we would reach
local?
out to, we would just call the guests
Okay.
directly. So the platforms give you the guest phone number or whoever booked its phone number. So we would just reach out to them. We've had other rentals in Arizona where we've, a neighbor's called and we would just call the guest directly no matter what time.
Okay,
Just
great.
to tell them either stop doing what they're doing or this is what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. Have you been sworn in? Did you swear it? You did? I was sworn in. You were sworn in, okay. I tried to look around. I can't catch everybody. I just wanted to ask. Thank you so very much. Please state your name and address.
Rick Little, 472 Lindbergh Street. I've been on Lindbergh Street since 1991, know all the neighbors quite well. We've never been able to contact Mr. Burgum. There was no phone number, no ability to contact him when there was problems going on. Now, according to what you told us today, that the Airbnb needs to follow all the guidelines that are stipulated in your section. Section 682C2, adequate provision is made and exists for such items as setbacks, buffering, fences, landscaping, and to protect adjacent properties from possible adverse influence of proposed short-term rental property use such as noise, traffic, congestion, parking, and similar factors. If landscaping is one of the considerations, these trees have been laying in the front yard for months now. If Mr. Burgum is actually there, he could actually take the limbs to the street and have the county pick them up. But instead, we get to look at this dead tree and these limbs in the front yard.
So you want to submit, I can't see that from here, although my eyes may be good, but they're not that good. So, thank you.
I've got four
So
of them
if
here.
you-
Actually,
okay.
here's a view from the other side. If anyone is a veteran, this is the American flag that they're flying, all tattered and torn in front of the house.
Do you have any more documentation
I
for
have
us?
more documentation. This is Lindbergh Street in front of their house. Cars normally park right here in front of the street, right in front of the corner, right before the stop sign. And item last is, yes, there is another driveway on the side, but it's usually blocked with trash cans and recycle cans, so nobody can use it. As a member of the community and someone that's been in this area for a long time, I respectfully request that you deny this man's increased time with his rental property. As you can see, he's already violated rules and regulations, where he's had way too many tenants there. The noise and the aggravation is really unbearable. We have parties coming up and down the street singing. I'm sure his Amazon microphone can't catch the noise that we hear in front of our houses. So I respectfully request you all deny this extension. Thank you.
Let me see if anyone has a question for you. Yes, sir.
A few. Thank you for your testimony. Can you can see this map here. Can you tell us which house is your house?
I would be at 043.
043. So you're catty corner almost across the street.
That is correct.
So are you aware where Mr. Have you had any conversations with Mr. Berger in the years that he's?
One time when he was there, right after he bought the place,
How long ago was that?
that would have been 3 years ago. I'm not sure exactly, probably about 2 years ago. Right after he bought the place, I walked over, introduced myself. He was not willing to give me any information as far as how to contact him, and so I just met him once and seen him here today.
So knowing where you didn't know where he lives because he bought this as sounds like as a rental property. Have you had any contact with him after he had some people renting, and obviously with these statements you're making about noise and traffic and parking situations, have you had any contact with him at all?
We've had no way to contact him. We've looked on the website. We couldn't find any way to contact him as neighbors. So, no, sir, I couldn't contact him. I wish I could.
Okay. Go into a little bit more detail about the parking of cars. I'll look at this
There
thing here
is
in
a
second.
short driveway right along the fence line in between his property.
Hang
and,
on 1 second as the staff is bringing, okay. You can see this picture?
I see that picture.
So in these pictures, these exhibits that you gave us, where is the problem that you're talking about?
The problem would be right at the corner of Canal and Lindbergh Street. There's a stop sign right there at that point, and there's a short little bit of roadway there that most of the cars park at. There is a driveway where you can park 2 to 3 cars, but there's no way you can get 5 cars in there.
And looking at this picture, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the extra time here. This dead tree or this tree is still in the yard?
Yes, sir, it stands just like that. Picture was taken today. It has been there since July 17th when your people showed up to put the signs in the yard. It's been like that since May when the utility company had to come and cut the dead out of the power or out of the phone lines before it pulled the phone lines down.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anyone else have a question?
So,
Go ahead,
Yes.
Mr. Sindall.
Mr. Little, thank you for coming in this today. Would you go over again the parking that you've observed? You mentioned that there's a large cement area that goes back toward the deck on the house along the fence, correct?
It's a gravel area, sir.
I'm sorry, gravel?
It's a gravel area,
It's
yes.
gravel, okay, thank you. couldn't tell from the picture. Is that where you were talking about cars are parked, or can you point out where you've observed other cars parking?
Well, the cars that park in his driveway, I would have to say that would be fine, but it's only adequate for 2 to 3 cars at the most. The cars that interfere with the Lindbergh Street are the ones that park in the grass right by the mailbox and the stop sign. I have that in my picture that I handed in there.
Your testimony is that cars are parking in that area in front of the house toward the stop sign. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
All right. And how often have you noticed that happening?
Just about every time that there is a rental of the property, they park there more often than they do anywhere else. They leave the driveway open so that they can have their social gatherings, but if they can get 2 cars simply in the drive, 3 if they squeeze them in tight. Most of the time, it's at the street.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dover.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Smith, do you have a question about insurance? I don't. Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Yes.
Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have? Okay.
Mr. Chair, while this gentleman approaches, could I just ask Ms. Working what the parking requirements are for this house? Because it's guest or non, just to reaffirm, since we seem to be discussing parking.
One moment, sir, while we get some information.
Yeah, the requirement is 5 parking spaces, and they're showing 3 in the driveway and 2 on the property, like right inside the property line.
Thank you. Yes, sir. If
My
you would-
name's Don Clanton. I live at 473 Lindbergh, which is the house right next door to the said property. Before I make any other remarks, I think there's some confusion about the driveways. The driveway that most of the people use, well, as far as I'm concerned, they all use it, is a narrow driveway that comes right down the property line on my side, on the side that I live on. And that's where they all park. And that's about 20 feet off of my house. And they'll sometimes be 5 deep up to that, because it goes back to a fairly large deck that's on the side of the house. Well, my bedroom that I sleep in is approximately about 30 feet from that deck. And that's where they have all their loud parties, drinking parties, and showing movies on the side of the house, and with live action sounds and everything else. And we talked about never having a problem. Well, I'm an easygoing guy. I generally try to just let it go and let everybody live as they want to live, but it's been hard. And to be honest with you, if it increases, I'm probably going to put the Charleston County Sheriff Department's speed down. But my one concern that I have is my daughter lives with me, and she works at the Veteran Hospital, and she has to go to work at 4:30 in the morning. And like the last part of May, my wife and I had to go out of town to my granddaughter's high school graduation. And so we did. And when we came back, she said that weekend, one of the cars parked in that driveway, which is right on the property line, like I say, about 20 feet from the side of my house. They had all 4 doors of the car wide open with the radio blasting, or music blasting, up until about 2:30 in the morning. So she got about an hour and a half of sleep before she had to go to work. If I'd have been home, I'd have probably called the police that night, which I haven't done yet, but I would have. Just as a personal opinion, I don't think that these kind of establishments should be in a residential neighborhood. Of course, there's nothing I can do about that. But I mean, this neighborhood is close to 100 years old. It's a working class neighborhood. People that work, they come home, they want to get their rest, be with their family, and if you're anywhere in the vicinity of this place right now, it's impossible. So I urge you to please don't increase the rental. It's bad enough as it is with the amount of nights they can do it now.
Okay. Thank you. Hold on just one moment. Let me see. Thank you for your testimony. Let me see if anyone has a question for you, okay? I'm going to start on my left.
Oh, I do have an additional something to say.
Well, your time kind of expired, so I'm trying to help you, okay?
Well, it's it's important.
Well, you'll get it. You'll get it. Hold on. Let me see if she can pull it out. You hold on right there. Ms. Smith, you have a question? Oh, she doesn't have a question, so I'm going to start. You do, Mr.
Yeah, I just have a quick one on the map. Can you? He said next door. I'd like to see which house.
That's my house right there.
I want to see the map with the overall. So which number is 089?
No, mine's 473.
No. On this map.
Oh,
Do you live across from it or next to it?
Next to it.
Next to it.
89. 089.
089.
089. So that's the one next door. So that's the one that impacts you.
deck on one side of the house is about 30 feet from my bedroom.
Going back to the microphone, that way it'll all be recorded. I'll hold off on my question to allow him to.
Go ahead. You had a comment, a statement that
When
you
we were
want.
talking about the tree, it was a large dogwood tree, and it had been dying for about 2 years, and it finally came to the point that the big limbs started falling down, and it fell right on the communications cable, and I just knew it was going to break it. It was so tight, and it stayed like that for a while. So there was some renters there partying on the deck, and I went over there. And I think they think I was coming over there to complain, but I just went over there to ask them if they knew how to get hold of the owner, because I didn't know how. And they didn't even know how. The guy said, no, I don't know who owns this place. So it was no way to get hold of the owner or anybody responsible
Okay.
for 2 years.
All right. Any more questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony today, sir. I appreciate it. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. I see you standing.
They're lined up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Shannon Horning. I live at 2130 Canal Street.
What was the last name?
Horning.
Horning.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Horning.
I'm not as old as my neighbors or counterparts. My complaints are a little bit different.
Okay.
But I'm actually a client of my neighbors. I've agreed to rent through Airbnb in March from our neighbors here, and grateful to have that opportunity to have my family come to town. The reason I'm here complaining is that when I made my reservations with them, I let them know back in March, I think is when, March or April, about this tree that we're complaining about. Unfortunately, we all lost our dogwoods in the neighborhood. I had to cut all of mine down. And so I reached out to them directly through that Airbnb site. I wasn't aware that there was actually a response to that Airbnb message until I got my notice from you to file a response. And so I looked up the response, the reservation actually, so that I could find the date. And that's where I saw that there was a response from Nicole where she had said,
Stay
hey,
on me. Stay on me.
yes, sorry. She had mentioned that, she said, look, that's, we had a tenant inform us of the tree, and it is sad because it was a beautiful tree. I mean, it was the oldest dogwood in the neighborhood. And I realized that she had actually asked me at that time on the 11th of, I don't know, March, April, whichever date it was, if I knew someone who would cut it down. I'm not usually on social media, so I was not paying attention. Again, I didn't become aware of that until 2 days ago when I went to look at the source of that communication. My point is, and the reason that I'm here to oppose more than anything is that I've lived there for 25 years. We do have long-term rentals in the neighborhood. Those folks are there. They're taking care of their yard. They're bringing their trash cans up. Here, I did have direct communication with the owners, and here we are, however many months later. And it's still just something that I have to look at every day. I'm right across the street from them. I have the opposite corner lot from them. Again, I'm grateful. So the across the street, I
042?
can't see. Yeah, I guess the corner of Canal and Lindbergh. 042. I guess the
042 or
the
080?
bigger spot there. Yes, the rhombus. I can't see. I'm sorry,
042?
I think that might be it. Yes, thank you. The red dot. I hope this doesn't ruin my chance of renting with you guys in March because my son's getting married.
Look our way.
Sir,
Oh, I'm sorry.
please direct
but,
all of your statements to the board.
So again, my thing is accountability. If you're going to be in our neighborhood and you want to have rental property, you know, it's your right, I think, to do that. But if you're going to ask to have more time to rent, I think there should be accountability and ownership of and respect of the neighborhood. And so that's my gripe.
All right. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Please hold on. Let me see if any board member has a question. Any questions on this side? Thank you so very much for your testimony
No worries.
tonight, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? So you have the right of rebuttal, sir. And at this time, do you want to exercise your right of rebuttal? Yes?
Yeah. I'll be quick.
So as you see here, we have a limited of 2 minutes,
Yeah.
okay? Please state your name and address again for us, please.
Adam Bergen, 475 Lindbergh Street.
There you go.
I know. So, yes, about the tree.
This
I know-
way, this way,
Sorry.
this way.
I appreciate being reached out to about the tree. We actually are the ones who called the electric company after we didn't get a response of who to use to cut it down. And they were the ones who came out for us and did cut the tree down, so it wasn't on the, I believe they said it was the cable line. Our landscapers were supposed to remove the pile of cut down limbs from the front yard. I know exactly where those are. That is our fault. Those should have been removed. I will deal with the landscaping company that we use to take care of that, as I know that is obviously a large complaint. When it comes to noise, we will do everything we can to try to make sure the guests are quiet. We email them prior to their stays anyway. We'll tell them that they can't be outside after hours. I know most of our guests are bachelor parties, so when it's said they're watching movie parties on the deck, I think most of them go out, to be very honest with you, and try to get downtown. But we will make sure no one's outside after certain hours. 9 p.m. seems it's a reasonable time. Like I said, we just want to do what we can to hopefully be able to use it as a short-term rental. And just, try to be as, respectful to the neighbors' wishes as we can be throughout the process. So appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Okay, hold on. Any questions on your side?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just a statement, and then I'll let you follow up on how you want to do it. So normally on these type applications, the biggest concerns we hear are on parking and noise. And unfortunately, you operated for a year or so, and you gave us a history, and that's one of the things we're always looking at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And not only do you have a couple people that have come against you, they are immediate neighbors, which gives me, and I can only speak for me and my one vote, give us the greatest heartache, because you're obviously making an impact on their lives if they're going to take time out of their schedule to come here. So I heard testimony about parked cars 5 and 6 feet away from somebody's their property rights. We're hearing noise impacts. The tree is a concern because that's showing a habit that somebody's not there. And then I also had testimony from somebody that said they couldn't find you when my first question to you was, how do we contact you? Mm-hmm. And nobody's knowing how to contact you. And you said it was on the website. Well, if your tenants don't know how to contact you and the neighbors don't know how to contact you, I'm just going by the testimony. That's why I'm going to give you a chance to follow up.
Yeah.
So right now, it's going to be hard to get a vote when your neighbors are the ones immediate. Now, you have lots of options. We're going to vote tonight, but you actually have a deferral. Normally, I don't bring this up, but it's easier for us to vote when the immediate neighbors don't have a problem. You have 3 here tonight that have a major problem. So if you want us to vote tonight, I'm sure we will, because we'll have a quorum and stuff. But you have the power to ask for a deferral to try to get your neighbors on your side. You might not be able to get them on your side, and that's fine. But right now, I think you got to tough road with at least with my vote tonight, and I'm one of 5 that's going to be voting. So you can start doing the math. So I think you should address that real quick, or if you don't want to, that's fine too. But that's the thing that's in front of my plate right now.
Of course, totally understand. I appreciate you saying that. With the parking, yes, it is close to the one property, but that's where the driveway was put on the house. So when we tell people to park in the driveway, I wish it was on the side of the house where there's no neighbors. If that was a perfect world, but
Would you mitigate it with landscaping or fence, anything like that?
there is a fence up in between the 2 homes. It's probably about 7 feet high.
No. You answer.
So yes, there is a fence. So from the white pole you see at the start of the gravel, that runs all the way to the back of the property line, there is a fence that's there. That's probably, like I said, it's about 7 feet high. 6 maybe. So we can put bushes up or trees to try to mitigate some noise and to try to, we'll do anything we can to try to stop the noise over there when it comes to the parking. I think the biggest thing, and the tree we will address, we'll take care of that. I'll call the landscape company because they were supposed to remove that after the electrical company took
Any
that.
reason you didn't do that before?
They were supposed to. So
Like when?
Since May, when the electrical company came out to cut it down.
And it's August now.
Correct.
Okay.
And they show twice a week, and they were supposed to do it. So it's, I know.
I've had enough. Go ahead and
Yeah.
finish anything else you want to say.
No, I'm good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Sedell, you have any questions, sir?
No. I think that my concern is that the tree is just one example of, it's been laying there since May or whenever the storm and electrical line problem. And you said you have a landscape, somebody maintains property. It just shows that either you have not been there to see it or lay eyes on it to say that that needs to be dealt with and dealt with it quickly, or the people that work for you have seen it and not done anything with it. It was still your issue. And it's nothing that, I'm not a veteran, but the flag, it's torn flag hanging in front of the house also just speaks to neglect and inattention in a neighborhood where people like to have their homes maintained and affects property values when they're not. So I haven't really heard how you're going to ensure that there are eyes on the property that will maintain it in the way that your neighbors would expect and maintain their own property.
Mr. Jordan, do you have a question?
Yeah, all we can do is be by the property more. Like I said, we are here, twice a week. We don't try to be absentee owners. Or twice a month, not twice a week. That would make no sense.
But if you're here twice a week,
Twice a month, yeah.
twice a month, that tree's been there since
Yeah, it's been there for 2 months.
April,
I know.
May.
And I know exactly where it's sitting right now. It's not like we haven't seen it.
Okay.
I did just expect the landscape company to take it away when they said they would, and that's not my fault. It's right in front of the tree, in front of the house.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I've got a question about the parking.
Okay.
So I've heard a couple of things. Some people say 5 cars can fit, and then I've heard some different numbers here. So in the long driveway, how many cars can fit there?
Legitimately, you can probably put 4 or 5, just like was said
Okay.
to you. Just even the neighbor next door said the same thing, that there's been 4 or 5 cars in that driveway.
So is there a true need for the other driveway?
There's no real need for it. It just was there when the house was bought.
Okay. Do you have anything in place to tell the people who are renting, don't park on the street?
Yes, we can message them. We can set it that they automatically get messages prior to their stays.
Yeah, just
telling them not to park on the
rules,
street. And
guidelines.
we do that currently.
Sure.
Trust me, we don't want anyone to park on the street. It's annoying to everyone if
Right.
people do that.
And then the trash cans not being brought in, sounds like they are in that other driveway?
They're on the left side on Canal.
Okay, so is there a designated area for them?
That's where they've always been. That's where the city has picked them up.
Is that the other driveway?
Yeah, it's on the side of the other driveway. Yeah.
Okay, so they stay in the driveway, but there's still room for a car there if
Yeah, you
there's
can
trash
pull a
cans
car in there.
Okay. That's my only question.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yes,
your
sir.
time.
Yes, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? What did you say, Mr. Jordan? Okay.
Oh, thank you. What did he say?
Okay. Oh, no, he didn't say anything. Sorry. We're trying to deal with the virtual board member as well. So, board members, do we have any questions of staff? I'm going back to where I was. No? All right. Do we have any discussion?
I have one for the staff or the attorney. I mean, the criteria that we could put additional criteria to approve, if we were to approve this, do we have the right to require them to have a property manager or a manager on site? How, I mean, obviously there's some type of neglect going on here. So if it's taking them a long time to fix a tree, if it's taking them a long time to even notice the flag is there, although that's not a violation, but I mean, shrubbery and noise and things like that, I have grave concerns about the monitoring of this property, and I just don't think it warrants the extra days if they're not going to have a property manager. So even though these sort of things saying we're going to do it, and we'll comply, I think they need to have some type of property manager. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, you can you can make a requirement that they have a property manager.
And you said we can't allow them to put a sign out and stuff like that. But I mean, I just heard testimony to our fellow commissioner here about, asking about parking. Would you put something on for parking and tell them not to park in the driveway? And he says, well, yeah, we could. And it just shows again that we're not there yet. So
I don't think you have adequate parking.
I don't think we do either.
And I don't think you have adequate buffering as well.
Okay.
For the parking.
I'll stop my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any more general discussion? Mr. Jordan, do you have any questions, concerns, comments?
No, sir.
Say again?
He said no, sir.
No, sir. Okay. All right. That being no more questions, general.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
In the case of BZA 0.
I don't think it's on. There you go.
In the case of BZA 0625000868, I talk to the phone. I recommend that we deny this request. I find that it does not meet the requirements necessary for approval. Although there are other short-term rentals in the neighborhood, clearly this rental has been going on without a license to do so for quite a long time, and it has generally impacted the character and the vicinity in which the homes exist. Secondly, provision to make and protect the adjacent properties. The owners, we've had testimony today from owners who live as neighbors to this property. They did not have a way to get in contact. They were not notified of what to do with problems. It does not meet that requirement, and clearly there's not really evidence that even though the applicant says he's in town twice a month or thereabouts, those issues have not been addressed, nor the information about his ability to contact him has been provided. And finally, that we don't have experience usually in short-term rental situations, but we do here. And clearly, all the applicable rules and regulations have not been followed. So I hereby move that we disallow this variance request.
Second.
All right, we have did you second? All right, we have a motion that's been properly moved and second. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Oh, and Mr. Jordan?
Mr. Jordan, what is your vote?
Okay. So it's unanimous. This case has been denied. Unfortunately, sir, your application has been denied. You'll be getting information from our staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you once again for coming, and good night. Our next case is case BZA 0625 00869.
Okay. The applicant and property owner, Stephanie Kelly, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property, extended home rental, EHR, in the low-density residential R4 zoning district at 2112 Wapu Hall Road, and that's TMS number 34302000004 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The property contains a single-family residence with 3 bedrooms that was constructed in 1950 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 3 bedrooms and will provide 5 parking spaces pursuant to the Charleston County's zoning and land development regulations ordinance Zeldar parking requirements. The maximum number of guests allowed would be 9. The property is not owner-occupied, therefore the property is not eligible for a limited home rental or LHR. However, the property had an owner-occupied status in 2022, 2023, and 2024. The property owner obtained the LHR permits in January 2022 and 3 and 4, and those limited the rentals to 72 days in aggregate per calendar year. This is the zoning ordinance requirements for STRs in R4 zoning district. The 300-foot radius map, an aerial photo, zoomed out. We posted the property on July 17th, 2025. It's a photograph of the residence and the parking, surrounding properties, and Wapu Hall Road. Oh, sorry. The site plan, tenant notice, and the plat. Regarding the 3 criteria, we stated that it may meet all 3 criteria. We received 3 public comments in opposition. We have no SGRs on this particular street, but there are over 40 active in Riverland Terrace, and that includes those in the city of Charleston as well as the county. The board may approve with conditions, or deny the request based on the board's finding of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, this property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. Have any questions?
Any questions of staff? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present? Ooh, wow. Okay. Okay. Very good. No applicant? Do we have anyone to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition?
I don't think you.
You can move forward anyway. No.
Yeah.
No.
I just want to see if we had anybody here for that.
Deferred or
So
It's-
basically, the case is
dismissed?
There's no one here to ask for deferral. Jenny, did the applicant contact the office?
No, sir.
It's
It's
dismissed.
Deny, I mean, it's just,
Essentially it's dismissed. It's not denied. It's not approved. They didn't ask for a continuance. They didn't contact the office.
love it.
Were they notified about the hearing?
Yes.
So they'll have to reapply.
So this case is closed to the public. The applicant will need to reapply. Thank you. All right, Ms. Working. So our next case is BZA 06-25-00870. Thank you, sir.
The applicant and property owner, Margarita D. Hayward, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property extended home rental in the low-density residential R4 zoning district at 1960 River Road, TMS number 34500000097 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The property contains a single-family residence with 2 bedrooms that was constructed in 1978 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 2 bedrooms and will provide 4 parking spaces pursuant to the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, ZELDAR, parking requirements. The maximum number of guests allowed will be 4. The property is not owner-occupied, therefore the property is not eligible for a limited home rental, LHR. For the zoning ordinance requirements for STRs in R4, the 300-foot radius map, aerial. We posted the property on July 17th, 2025. It's a pretty big property. This is the residence and the parking area. And then River Road and Ardwick Road. The site plan, tenant notice, and plat. Regarding the 3 criteria, we stated that it may meet all 3 criteria. The board may approve of conditions, or deny the request based on the BZA's finding of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, this property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County Noise Ordinance.
All right, any questions of staff? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? There we go, back on track. That doesn't happen. We have an applicant not show up for their own
First time
case.
I've seen it.
Yeah, well, it doesn't happen in a while. Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. Please bring that mic down so we can hear you, please. There you go.
All right.
Please state your name and address for the
My
record.
name is
please.
Margarita Hayward. My address is 1960 River Road, Johns Island. I propose to use my property at 1960 River Road as a short-term rental to bring people to the community, the area, and to help with the economy and to make them comfortable.
Excuse
in a
me,
place
ma'am.
that
I'm
feels
sorry,
like home.
ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you move the microphone closer to your,
Yeah, we can't hear you.
yeah, just closer to your face?
Oh, like that?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. Did you hear what I said? I need to repeat it.
I could hear it, but
Okay.
it's being recorded, so.
All right. I said I propose to use my property at 1960 River Road as a short-term rental. It was my grandmother's house, and I inherited it. So I'm using it for the area to help with the economy and to make them comfortable in a place that feels like home. The home is a single-family home that's been in the community for a while. It fits in well with the neighborhood, and the lawn man keeps up with the lawn, and we maintain the appearance of the home, and we make sure we let our neighbors know about the noise ordinance. And that's pretty much, we have ample parking because it's a large property. It's fenced in. And that's pretty much all that I need to say.
All righty. How long have you lived at this residence?
But I don't live there.
Well, have you ever lived there?
For a while, because I had a house fire at my other house. But I haven't lived there. My grandmother did.
Your grandmother did? Is that
Yes.
what I heard? Okay. So you familiar with your neighbors and everything?
Oh,
Okay. Is it like a family neighborhood or what?
Well, we were friends with people in the neighborhood because my grandmother lived there. I visited her all the time. And I went to my neighbors before this so they could know, because I did it as long-term rental for a while as well. Yes.
Okay. So why the switch from long-term to short-term rental?
Well, I just pretty much wanted to do the short-term rental, and I may do both since it's just 144 days for the short-term,
Okay.
if that's possible. I mean.
Okay. Let me see if anybody else has a question for you. All right, Mr. Sadal, I'll go to you first.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hayward, for your testimony. Did I understand you had spoken to your neighbors about your asking for this variance request or short-term rental?
I have.
You have?
Yeah.
And they didn't express any concerns about that?
No, they were fine with the rental. They said they hadn't had any problems with anybody that has been there in the past.
Okay.
So they were fine.
Are you going to manage the rentals yourself, or are you going to use one of the rental companies to get short-term tenants?
Oh, I usually manage myself.
Okay.
I'm a manager.
You're a realtor?
I'm not.
You're a property manager?
So when you say manage yourself, what do you mean by that?
I'm talking about Airbnb. Are you going to use Airbnb or someone?
Mr. Chair, I can't hear anything she's saying. I need her to speak into the microphone. I can't hear. I literally can't hear a word.
I
Thank
apologize.
So can you go adjust her mic so, because you're moving away from your
Yeah,
mic.
she keeps
when
talking
you're
away
speaking.
from the microphone. Talk into the mic. It helps us.
Can you lift it up and
Okay.
move it towards her?
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, just stand next to it, please.
Just talk
Right.
in. Yeah, talk
Like
into
this?
it. That's
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
There you
Thank
go.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So my question was just, are you using Airbnb or how are you finding
I would possibly
renters?
use the Airbnb platform because if I still do, I did like travel nurses,
Okay,
and they're like 3 months at a time, and I manage that myself.
okay. So can you tell us about when there's a problem, one of your neighbors has an issue with one of the tenants, they're making noise, or are they to contact you, or are
I
you
live
going to
not
have
so
them?
far. I live like 20 minutes away. I could give them my cell phone number like I always did, and they can call me. But I've never had any problem with noise. But if they do, they can contact me.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, just following up on Mr. Seidel's question, it's really, as you can probably understand from this first hearing, is property management is key to us.
Yeah.
So having some type of formulated plan,
Right.
so that you can contact all of your neighbors, immediately your surrounding neighbors, with your information, email, phone numbers, so that if you are living 20 minutes away, which is a tremendous asset for you here on your application, that you can get that information out of the people, because we don't want to. One of the criteria that we have is that we're not going to impact adversely the neighbors around you,
Right.
and we want to hear some type of plan that you're going to do to show that you won't adversely affect your neighbors or your tenants won't. So that's why we're
Right.
asking about a property manager or something like that. So if you can tell us how you're going to contact your neighbors, distribute that information, I'm sure it would be looked upon favorably.
I can personally give it to them. I actually have a personal friend up the street that lives 1 block away, and I can let them know about it as well. But like I said before, I just give them my phone number through email or whatever, but they can have a phone number to contact me. Like I said, I don't live that far. And the yard is pretty large, so they don't ever hear the noise or whatever.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Ms. Smith, did you have any questions? No. Oh, say again. Mr. Jordan, did you have any questions? Mr. Jordan, did you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Yes. Do we have anyone else, excuse me, do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have any, okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jerome Hayward, 5965 Highway 162, Hollywood, South Carolina. This is my wife, and I'm standing on her behalf of a rental. And what I see that is in favor for the community is that we have one of the historic homes that in Charleston. Also, the historic oak trees that are surrounding the area. So we give people, when they come in town, they have some place to be more feeling at home, a historic home, not the traditional home that we had, the newer homes that we have now, but to give them that bias toward the old home. So I think we have a lot to offer, and I got ample spaces of parking, and also bring the issue about call. Well, I'm 24/7 now because I'm retired, and whenever we have any action that complaint, then my wife normally calls me. But anyway, this just shine lights on that it's a fine home, it's well built and well standing toward conditions after Hugo and all that. So we really stand behind our home, and whoever comes in town, we hope that they enjoy being there to represent the holy city of Charleston, South Carolina. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if anyone has a question for you. Ms. Smith? Any on my right? Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition?
That's nice.
Very good. So this case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any points of clarity for any questions for staff? Any general discussion? Okay. Therefore, I need a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion.
Please.
Thank you. Case BZA 0625000870, special exception request to establish short-term rental property, extended home rental property in the R4 zoning district. I make a motion to approve this application. I feel that it meets all three of the criteria for the special exception criteria. Criteria 1, is it compatible with existing uses in the vicinity, will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of this immediate community. I don't see how there will impact at all. There's no evidence of any impact. There's nobody here to speak in opposition. Also, I am impressed by the size of the lot and the parking issues, so there should be no issues with noise or parking. Provision number 2, adequate provisions made for setbacks, buffering, including fences and all the impacts of short-term rental. We don't see any here because of the remoteness of this property, but also the size of this property. Also, condition number 3, it complies with all rules and regulations and standards. I don't see any problems with this ordinance. I would like to include as part of my motion the 4 criteria that staff has included in their staff comments, and that's my motion.
All right. Do we have a second? Thank you. It's been properly moved and second. Any general discussion? Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Jordan? Aye. There you go. All right, therefore, it's unanimous. Congratulations, your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from our staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you for coming. Good night.
I walked in late.
I'm sorry. If you have a question, you can address our staff down here. Okay. All right. So the next case is case BZA 0625000871. And Ms. Workin will be administering that case for us.
Okay. Can you all go out? Janice, can you take her outside? Thank you. The applicant and property owner, Ryan Rabbit, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density residential R4 zoning district at 1441 North Edgewater Drive, which is TMS number 349-13-00055 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The property contains a duplex with a total of 4 bedrooms, two bedrooms per unit, that was constructed in 1950 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 4 bedrooms and will provide 8 parking spaces pursuant to the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, ZELDAR, parking requirements. So 4 are required for the duplex plus 4 per bedroom. The maximum number of guests allowed will be 8. The property is owner-occupied because the property owner's legal residence is Unit A. The owner obtained a limited home rental LHR permit in June 2025 that is good until the end of the year. LHR permits are limited to 72 days, rental days in aggregate per calendar year. If this request is approved, the maximum short-term rental days is capped at 144, which includes the days it was rented as a LHR. This is the zoning ordinance requirements. The 300-foot radius. Aerial. We posted the property on July 17th, 2025. some photographs of the residence. Oh, it should say duplex. My mistake. It's a duplex. North Edgewater Drive. Site plan, the tenant notice for Unit A and the tenant notice for Unit B, and the plat. Regarding the 3 criteria, staff stated that it may meet the criteria. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve of conditions, or deny the request based on the BZA's finding of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. The board may, in the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, this property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. The number of rental days apply per lot and not per unit. The property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County Noise Ordinance. Let's see. We did receive 1 public comment in support and 10 public comments in opposition. There are 3 active short-term rentals on South Edgewater. There's not besides this one, there's none on North Edgewater, but there are 3 on South Edgewater, 2 that were approved by this board. The property was posted on, like I said, July 17th. The public notification period started on July 18th, and it ran until August 1st, and the ad was posted in the Post and Courier on July 18th. Wapu Road is a city road. It's maintained by the city, and when it changes over to Edgewater, it just has is renamed starting at North Edgewater. That's a county maintained road. Just make sure I got anything. I think that's everything I had in my comments.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Working. Y'all got your hands up.
We're ready, man.
Yeah, you're ready. Let's go.
Sorry.
Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Working, I'm just trying to understand the location of this thing. I think I know where this location. I didn't get a chance to go by this property today, but this is off of 17, off of Wapu, in West Ashley. Okay, and then that turns into North Edgewater. Is that what it is?
That's correct.
Okay, and you said how many properties down that road are already like this, or short term?
3.
3.
And they're on South Edgewater. But
And
that's
then-
the road that's along the waterfront.
And then, well, I'll have questions for the applicant, and we'll have to come back with the staff. I'm fine right now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Sedell, you had a question?
So, is that,
If I understand this, this will be owner occupied. The applicant will live in one of the units and proposes to rent out one of the bedrooms in the unit that he is
Yeah,
living in as
so
well. Is that right?
it could still be owner occupied and be rented. Yeah.
Okay, so three bedrooms are being proposed as.
Well, there's 2 in the first unit and 2 in the second unit.
But
And when the applicant is not present, they can rent their other unit.
Okay, so this is not going to be a permanent owner occupied.
I believe it is, yes. It will be.
Okay. I'll ask that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Ms. Working.
I started seeing this. I'm going to pull over.
Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? All righty. Oh, you have something for us?
Yes, sir. My name is Ryan Rabbit. I live at 1441 North Edgewater Drive.
What do you have in your hand, Mr. Rabbit?
So I've got a couple folders for each of the board members. I had 10 for everybody. Do you mind if I pass these along?
Yes. Yeah, let me have them now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm a bit busy.
Go ahead, Mr. Rabbit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Good afternoon, Charleston Board of Zoning Appeals. I'd just like to say thank you for considering my application for a short-term rental special exemption for my home at 1441 North Edgewater Drive. in Charleston, South Carolina, 29407. My name is Ryan Rabbit, and I'm a full-time resident of this property. My fiance Ellison and I moved to Edgewater Park a few months ago. Ellison, a South Carolina native and College of Charleston graduate, has deep ties to the area. Her sister lives just a half-mile away, and her parents reside nearby. When we found this home, we were thrilled to join this vibrant neighborhood so close to Ellison's family. We're excited to grow our family here and make Edgewater Park our home for many years to come. With interest rates at 7%, purchasing a property where we could live and operate a short-term rental was a key financial consideration. In February, I contacted the Charleston County Zoning Department to confirm this property's eligibility for short-term rentals and verified that Edgewater Park has no homeowners association. We proceeded with our offer only after ensuring compliance with all regulations. Since March, I have been in regular communication with Wynn Carlisle and Lee Ziegler, and I extend my sincere thanks to them and Jenny Working for their guidance throughout this process. After moving in, we obtained a short-term rental permit and applied for a special exemption to increase our booking limit to 144 days. Our property is a duplex. We live in Unit A and rent Unit B as a short-term rental. Following advice from Mr. Carlisle and Mr. Ziegler that the exemption cannot be adjusted, we applied for the exemption to cover the entire property, which includes all 4 bedrooms. This will allow us to occasionally rent our unit or a bedroom in our unit when we're traveling to see my family out of town. Our property aligns seamlessly with the neighborhood's existing uses. Previously, this 75-year-old duplex was rented to transient tenants, with 1 unit recently vacant when we purchased it, and the other occupant was there for less than a year. By making this our primary residence, we are enhancing its integration into the community. We've invested significantly in renovations to modernize the property from its 1950s condition, ensuring it complements the feel of the neighborhood. I've brought before and after photos for your review. If you'd like to see them, they're on pages 15 and 23 of the exhibits. Several residents have expressed appreciation for these updates, noting they wish other landlords in the area would similarly improve their properties. This feedback from our Facebook group is included in our supporting documentation I brought with me today on page 8. Edgewater Park is a diverse and welcoming community, featuring single-story ranches like ours, homes with rented accessory dwellings, and a 5-unit rental property a few doors down from our own. Our neighbors behind us, Mark and Geraldine Isaacson, add some wonderful charm to the neighborhood with their chicken coop and 2 lovely goats nearby.
Okay.
The neighborhood already supports 4 active Airbnb rentals, 2 of which, 1415 South Edgewater Drive and 1453 South Edgewater Drive, have received special exemptions. Notably, Edgewater Park was home to Charleston County's first ever special exemption application, which was approved and granted. Neighborhood photos are on pages 24 to 26, and then listings of active Airbnbs are 27 through 28. We comply fully with all zoning regulations as evidenced by our approved site plan and stormwater management measures. We have ample parking and secure fencing, including new backyard fence we installed to enhance privacy and safety. As responsible hosts, we will enforce strict no party policies and quiet hours. And me personally, I have 6 years of short-term rental experience, and I've earned over 4.74 star rating out of 5 with over 145 reviews, and I have achieved Superhost status, so we will definitely manage this property professionally. I have also included substantial community support for our rental. After closing, several neighbors inquired about our booking our rental for visiting family members in the area. We're delighted to offer a welcoming space for such occasions. Upon learning of concerns from a few of our neighbors in the 130-plus home community on Friday, I reached out to understand their objections. As newcomers, I felt it unreasonable to ask support for members of the community to come on a Monday afternoon during work hours, being new residents. And instead of this, I provided communication from numerous neighbors endorsing our short-term rental. Please see pages 1 through 14. Thank you for considering our application. I welcome any questions you may have.
Very good. Very good. Any questions on my right? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rabbit, for your testimony. So you have experience in managing short-term rental?
Yes, sir.
elsewhere? Can you tell me a little bit about what that was?
Yes, I lived in a property in DC and also managed the other unit, and I self-managed the property.
Okay, so it was a similar situation where you lived on one side of a unit and rented out the second half?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you mentioned when you and your wife, fiance, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Fiance.
Or away, fiance, sorry.
Hopefully she says yes on our wedding day.
Congratulations. When you're away, that you will potentially rent both bedrooms or both rooms in your side of the duplex. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Potentially, we'd like that optionality. If we're
Okay.
out of town visiting my family.
And how often will you be away? How often? When you're living here full time, what
Yes.
percentage of the year do you anticipate that you will not be present at the
Minimal.
Minimal, give me a day of range.
Vacation days where you travel.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks for all this information. It's very, very helpful. I want to focus on the parking. I don't think I remember seeing a site plan or parking. Is there one that's working you could pull up for me?
27. 24, excuse me. There you go.
So my question here is really just a math one, because I have not seen the property, and then we might have to go to another slide. But if I'm correct, I thought I saw something that you've got about a third of an acre, so 0.35 acre.
Yes,
and you're
sir.
going to put 8 parking spots on there, which seems unbelievable to me. So we can go to whatever slide you want if you're familiar with the presentation here.
Yeah.
To explain to me, because it looks like you're going to put 8 cars in a third of an acre with a house, and it seems like they're going to be all over the place. So,
Yes, sir. Mr. Neal, thank you for your question. As you can see, are you guys able to see the same picture we're looking
right
at?
down here in front of us.
So if you look, the bottom left is one of 2 driveways. We have 2 driveways at the property, and the property is set back, as you can see in the site plan, in the lot. So we've got a carport on the left side and 2 driveways that fan out, and there's plenty of parking.
So you can put 4 cars in each lot, is what in each thing you're saying? So you're
Yeah,
going to
we
double
can.
stack them and they won't get in the yards and stuff like that?
Yes.
Okay. And which brings up another question. You say the carport, is that the new detached garage that got built or something like that?
So there's a carport on the left. There's not a new detached garage. There's an existing garage.
Okay, that's part of it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Smith? No? I also have a little concern about parking. Let me start back. Which unit are you going to be living in again?
We're
A or
in
B?
Unit A.
Okay. And I went the wrong way. Does each unit have 3 bedrooms?
Mr. Chairman, each unit has 2 bedrooms. So we're listing the parking in accordance with what is required by Charleston County zoning.
Oh, okay, that's right, 2 bedrooms. Okay.
So
Okay, I get you.
I would just say I don't anticipate us ever having that much parking. It's just a requirement for the application, and we're meeting what is required in the application.
Okay. So my parking concern is that I'm looking at, on that same illustration, if you wouldn't mind, 24, cars 7 and 8. That's pretty close to the road. And that's a busy road. And that side will be represented by B, side B, over there where car 7 and 8 is.
So this is flipped, Mr. Chairman. The North Edgewater
that's
Drive
8?
is at the top. So you see cars 7, 8 in the top right or the lower left? I can't see from here. I'm just trying to make sure I
So
know
7
which-
and 8 would be on your right.
Top right?
Yes, sir.
They're actually going to sit back further. Based on how this is laid out with the property line, they'll actually sit back further. The wider part of the driveway is in the back, as you can see from the photos.
Will that still be on the driveway?
Yes, sir. So the narrow part of the driveway is before it gets to the street, and then it fans out as it comes into the property. And then it also goes on either sides of the house.
Correct.
So you have plenty of room. And you have 2 driveways.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, while you're asking this question, can we pull up the other slide that shows us it? Because I'm really confused now, even more with the right side of this parking. It goes in line with the question that I believe that you're asking. I mean, I don't see how cars are going to get in. The ones on the 4 on the right, car 5, 6, and 7, and 8, how they get in to the driveway without going across a property line. It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't look like a straight. Yeah.
I think it goes like this.
Yes, this.
Is there a pick the street?
I would say this drawing could be improved because it would be car 7 would be in the front, and you see where car 5 is. You easily have room for the other car.
Ms. Working, if you keep that one there, I'll put mine on our video on our screens. Which one is the one that has the aerial, not the aerial, but the actual photo from the street that we were sitting at? He was pointing out. We can keep this one on the one, and I can pull up that one. Just what sheet is it? I'm not on there. I'm
15 and 14 and 15.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually got somebody else's up here. I'll go back to it. All over the place now. I can't find. I'm useless on this thing now. I know. It pulled out. I don't know. I was on another one. You know how much I hate these things. I'm sorry for technical difficulty. It's really the operator error is what it is, and I'm the operator. Hold on, I got my compatriots here. So they're coming in this way? What page is that you're on? Let me pull that up. What else? Okay.
Because what I'm seeing, I see that illustration with that van, I guess it's HVAC van.
Yeah.
And you got 3 cars sitting right there in the driveway. And
there ain't no more room.
He's got to back out into the road to get out. And then the 4Runner and the other little car there, I don't see how they're going to get out without somebody going into the road. How do you present that? Can we pull that one up?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask if we could pull it up so we could see
Ms.
it
Working,
together.
I think it's page 14 that we're looking at now to give the applicant a...
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to see because it's shaded, but as I said, everything fans out. So as you go up to the area next to the property, like on the right side, Unit A, you can fit 2 cars. You can fit 2 cars. You could fit another 2 cars and put 1. You could fit 5.
Okay, but let's talk about this heat and air vehicle. Is that our utility vehicle, the van?
Is this on the right?
Yes, sir. Well, that would be on your
Yes,
the big one on your right.
Yes, sir.
So how is that person going to get out without driving or backing into the road?
How is this person going to get out?
Yeah.
That's parked there right now?
Yes, sir. Would that person have to back into the road, an active road, to get out?
If they pulled in going forwards, yes. Yes, sir, they'd have to pull out backwards. Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay. So would it be a similar situation on the other side?
The other side, I think you have more room. You could turn around, but if you needed to pull in straight, I'd recommend going back out.
Okay. So the side where that van is, that's A or B?
That's A, sir.
That's A. So you live in A,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. All right. So
Side
you
B
have more
has a lot
room on
more-
B side.
Side B has more room towards the middle and back, whereas side A has more room in the back. So there could be even ample opportunity to expand the driveway further if you all deem it's necessary, but I think this meets the zoning requirements.
I won't do you that way. I won't do you that. Okay.
I need more explanation. If
Yeah,
somebody,
go
I don't
ahead.
wanna-
Go
somebody
ahead.
else wants to go.
Go ahead.
Ms. Barkey, I'm so sorry that we're working you to death on the slide presentation. Can we go back to his exhibit of the site plan? Yeah, I'm so blind. No, I don't. No, I'm fine here. If you can just increase it. There we go. So if I'm hearing you right, the further you go down the driveway, the more space there is in the back.
Correct, and that red line is the end of our property line before it meets the road. So it starts to fan out once you get into our property line, which is the red line.
Right. But am I correct where car 5 is the driveway? So a car is fitting in between the duplex and that property line that says 171, 5.5 inches?
Yes, sir. So that is currently a covered carport. So a car fits in there, and it backs up to the side property line. And then you're able to walk, as you can see behind it, to the backyard. Yes, sir.
So
that is
in the
correct.
picture that we had the van in,
That was the other side of the property.
that's the other side of the property.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, so we're just flipped around. All right. So I see it a little bit more. I'm going to ask you a very tough question here. You're not going to want to answer probably, and that's fine. The reason you're having this many cars is to meet the requirement because it's a 4-bedroom duplex. Is there a way that could be reduced so that you don't have the parking issues? Because I think you've got parking issues if you have 8 different tenants. I don't think you have parking issues. And if I kind of heard it in your testimony, you said you've got the parking out there based on the requirements. Whether you need them or not, you got to have them for us to approve it. You know, if you have one family there, and even if they take all 8 bedrooms and it's a bunch of kids to go with it and stuff, I agree. I don't think it's an issue. But if you've got friends over and you're living in one side of the duplex, and you have a couple come over to join you for dinner, and then you've got 5 more on the other side, I think you've got parking issues. So I'd like to hear some type of better plan, because your well-documented stuff here is a little confusing, and we're getting stuck on it. So I think if you could find a way to explain the parking so that people are not parking on grass, because that impacts other neighbors, home value, things like that, and that you don't have cars backing out into the street, I think you're on the way to meeting the requirements, at least in my opinion. So you want to address that?
Yes, sir. Mr. Neal, you mentioned if we had 5 cars parked on the other side, and if, my fiance and I are on Unit A and we have a friend over, we will limit parking through our short-term rental to 4. So we wouldn't allow them. They could probably fit a 5th car in, but we don't want that. So we'd be happy to limit in our short-term rental rules how many cars can be parked there.
You mean on your site? Because we can't limit it to the regulations. The regulations are they have to be 8 for the 4 bedrooms. Now, if you're going to go down to 3 bedrooms, then we could limit that.
What I'm saying is, could you? I'm just making sure I'm tracking your question.
I'm saying that we can't reduce the regulations from 8 down to 6 because you have 4 bedrooms. If you reduce the bedrooms to 3 bedrooms that you're going to have long-term rental, then it's easily reduced down to 6 parking spots. But if you're going to advertise on your Airbnb site, VRBO, or whatever, that you want 4 bedrooms out there, then you've got to show us an easy way to park 8 cars. If in that circumstance it comes to 8 cars. So that's what this board is trying to figure out, is how are you going to easily park 8 cars without impacting the neighborhood?
Yeah, and my response to that is, as I've stated, the driveway fans out. It's hard to see. It's not as clear here. I don't know if we can pull up one of the other Google Map images. I brought a lot. I almost chopped down a tree this morning. So we've had a busy day. Passed a kidney stone last night, and this morning chopped down a tree. But I wish I had better photos to show you. You can see how narrow the driveway is when you pull in. You can start to see how it's fanning at the top right. It's like that at both. And you can see the roof line compared to the property line. There is ample room on either side, especially on Unit A. And you can see how it fans out on Unit B in that top right corner. So that's what we were trying to illustrate in the the PowerPoint that we put together that includes the site plan. I think it's harder to see without the.
Mr. Chair, I'll hold the rest of my questions to see if there's any opposition or anything like that.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, did you have a question?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to try to clarify because I think I'm following what you're saying. On the side, the photo where we had the heating and air van, there's a 4Runner in front of it and then a sedan of sorts.
Right. You could fit two side by
Side
with
by
that
side.
4Runners easily.
Easily.
Yes.
So even though you only need 4 parking spots there, really you could fit very easily 5 cars in that driveway because you could park them side by side.
We could. It'd be a lot, and I don't
Yeah.
want to crowd the site plan, so I put 4 per the
Right.
regulation.
Right. Okay. But I just wanted to confirm that you can double park there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anyone? Okay. Mr. Jordan, did you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you all.
Yes. Okay, do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? I figured you'd be coming up as well.
Thank you, guys. I'm Ramsey Cook of 192.
Start over, please.
I'm Ramsey Cook from 192 Wapu Road.
Thank you.
I am a member of the community and living right down the street from Ellison and Ryan. I'm speaking today on behalf, or basically as a neighbor, a sister, and as one of the many others in the community that has a special exemption short-term rental permit in the Edgewater and Wapu Road community. As South Carolina natives and CFC graduates, it's always been my sister and my dream to be able to live in the same community and have our kids and our families run around a neighborhood like we used to. And we're both extremely grateful that we've been given that opportunity in the Wapu and Edgewater area, and the ability to list our homes and supplement income through Airbnb for financial stability has been very financially relieving for us new homeowners. As I'm sure you guys are well aware, I'm not going to be one to talk about the Charleston housing market. But I am for this extension, as there are others in the neighborhood that have this short-term permit, including myself. And I think that would be fair for Ellison and Ryan. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if we have a question for you. Are you the fiance?
No.
No, okay.
I'm the sister of the fiance.
Sister, okay. I heard that, but you were smiling kind of hard over there, so I wanted to make sure. When he said fiance, I mean, you just blew up the room here. Any questions on my right? No? No? Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay. All right. Whoever's closest to the mic can start, or
one at a time.
One at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. My name is Richard Mullen.
Pick up your mic a little bit. We want to hear you.
I'm a resident of 1448 North Edgewater Drive. I live catty corner across the street, so that when I look out my front door, I see the subject property. I have a number of covered points to cover. 2 minutes is not enough time, but I want to comment on some of the things that have been stated. This is a state DOT right-of-way. It's not county maintained. All the streets are maintained because you have to apply for a driveway permit with the maintenance department of DOT. Question whether the existing STRs in this neighborhood are in the county. There might be one in the city. I don't know. I would like for that to be figured out before we assume they're all in the county still. The next thing, Edgewater Park has no HOA, but it does have CCRs that date way back into the 1925-30 plat, which was Renee Ravenel recorded. 0.66 acre average lot. A minimum lot size of 0.33 is what is prescribed in any subdivision of those lots on those CCRs. This lot is 0.31 acres. It's not 0.35. I also came across the number 0.35. It's not accurate. If you look at the subdivision map, it's 13,500 square feet. It's easy to mistake this because the 13 looks like a 15. But if you run the numbers, I have a BS in civil engineering. I'm licensed in North Carolina and South Carolina as a contractor, and I'm skeptical. This is 0.31 acres. It's below 0.33. All right. The 8 parking places, the driveways do fan out. They fan out to 24 feet at the road. I could give you the chapter and verse, but the state DOT
So I'm giving you 30 more seconds.
is 16 feet. Okay, the lot on a 0.25 acres per primary dwelling unit. A duplex makes all the difference in the world here. We only have 0.155 acres of land per primary dwelling unit. It's far below 0.25. It's far below R4. There are so many flaws that we can't understand exactly how this is going to work. I agree the parking's not going to work.
Okay, so let me help you.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me help you. You said the 2 minutes is not going to be enough, and
I have about
For you-
four
for you-
more points I'd like to make.
well, you had 2 minutes. So, but I'm going to see if anyone have a question for you. On my left, Ms. Smith, do you have any question for him? On my right, okay, Mr. Sedell.
I do. You were making a point about the size of the lot and the
Yes,
fact
sir.
that this was. How long has this been a duplex?
Since 1950, I believe. George and Molly
that
Green.
the issue of the building of this dates back from then, right?
I'm sorry?
It's not been disputed since then that
What
this
hasn't?
is a legal. According to you mentioned CCRs, but
right.
Isn't that not an issue that happened at the time the building was constructed, rather than it's been here since the 50s? Is that correct?
I'm not sure. I'm not the expert in zoning, but it seems to be an exception under the zoning already, it being a duplex on a very small lot. And to grant it yet another special exception is what I'm arguing against. It already enjoys a special status in the neighborhood. It's a small lot. It's pulled to the front property line. Whatever goes on in the house will literally be in our faces on this very small lot.
But my question is, this residence has been there for many
Yes.
years, and you've been looking at it as it exists. Is that correct?
The residence has been there 9 years before I was born.
But you've never raised the issue of the size of the residence or the fact that it was a duplex up until this point. Is that
No, I'm
correct?
not objecting to that. I'm objecting to granting it yet another special exception. That's all.
Okay.
It's a major zoning entitlement that's in play here, right? I mean, I'm not objecting to it being a duplex. I've renovated the duplex. I know it well.
Okay. Did you have a question,
all right,
Mr.
thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your other points that you're making, I think, were clearly made in the public comments. So I'll give you a chance if there's something else that's missed that you submitted. So I think it was very detailed stuff that I've read through. I'm confused on the parking issue. Probably a shocker to everybody in the audience. You're making an assessment that, and I'm going to read it here. It says an entrance of 16 feet paved portion measured at right angles to the center line of the driveway is the maximum width for two-way traffic. However, the driveways serving Unit A and B are approximately 24 feet at the edge of pavement. So if I'm reading this, you're saying that the rule is to have it 16 feet wide.
Yes, sir.
Yet he has it 24 feet wide, and you're saying that's a problem. I don't understand. If he's got more than he's supposed to have, why is that a problem? So tell me what your objection is on that point.
I think it's limited to 16 feet on a two-way thoroughfare. And it's not the only house in the neighborhood, believe me.
Okay. So you're saying it should not be greater than 16 feet?
That's the way I read the DOT
That's your interpretation?
statute. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's not before the board.
I'm trying to make sure what his point was, because he was making that very adamant in his.
Did you have another question, Mr. Neal?
No, nothing else. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so very much for your testimony today, sir.
Thank you for listening.
Yes, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition?
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Sykas. I live at 1310 North Edgewater Drive. I also own 1315 North Edgewater Drive, about 1,600 feet away from this property. And they seem like a lovely couple. I hate to be here today. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, just face us and direct all your comments toward us.
Very, very good. But I'm here to express my strong opposition to this for a number of reasons. I live in my forever home that I bought in 2022 with my wife and my 2 kids aged 5 and just turned 5 and just turned 8. My kids ride around the neighborhood, which if you look at the map is a circle that's connected to Wapu Road. They ride around the neighborhood on their bikes. It's a very friendly, welcoming, lovely neighborhood. It is not a place for short-term lodging. It is not a place for all the horror stories that you heard earlier today about in Riverland Terrace, where they have 40 short-term rentals, 40. Our neighborhood of 100 homes has allegedly 3, one of which is a bed and breakfast that is owner-occupied, and they have the people in there with them. We have an application here not just for half of the duplex. We have an application here for the entire duplex, for 4 bedrooms, for 13 people staying in a tiny duplex on my street, transient people coming in and out. If they want to have a hotel room, they can go get a hotel room in Charleston and go stay somewhere else. But in my neighborhood, where my kids ride around on their bike, we have a tiny piece of property here, and they're going to have as many as 8 cars parking there. God knows how many Ubers coming up and down the street. Now, they say they have other Airbnbs that they've done. Yeah, they lived in D.C. They apparently, I've looked, they have one that's $800-something thousand. They have another one that's $800-something thousand. I really, frankly, don't want to hear the sob story about interest rates or whatever it may be. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. If they want to do long-term rentals, which is what's been going on in that property since 1960, it's not 1950, since 1960, then that's perfectly fine. So I'm against this, obviously, for the various reasons. And it's not personal. I know they have good intentions. They seem like sweet people. But I don't want this down the street from my forever home and 2 properties that I own in Edgewater Park.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Let me see if anyone else has a question for you. Anyone on my right? My left? No. Thank you so very much for your heartfelt testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is John Hudemeyer, 1469 South Edgewater.
All right.
I am a real estate professional. I looked at this property to buy. The numbers didn't make sense for me to buy it. I did not buy the property because the numbers didn't make sense. So I don't know why anyone would buy the property unless they plan to change it. I don't agree with changing it. It takes all the character of a fantastic neighborhood away. I don't have much else to say. I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Oh, we have a question for you.
Sure.
I just have a question on your address, or can you tell us on this map which
It's,
which number you would be?
004, I believe.
Or what?
004. So what's that about?
Okay. Thank you very much.
300 feet away?
Yeah.
How long have you been living there again?
Started that project 3 years ago.
Okay, very good. All right. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Harry, do we have anyone else in opposition? Do we have? Okay. What, not your turn yet. So bring that mic down. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Jessica McDevitt. I live at 1330 South Edgewater Drive.
McDevitt?
McDevitt.
McDevitt.
And my house is located proximally between the 2 existing short-term rentals. And I can tell you the biggest problem is the rideshare drives coming in and out of that neighborhood. I also have 3 young children who are riding bikes and walking between their friends' homes. And the rideshare drivers are the biggest problem, I would say, with the short-term rentals currently. It's constant, and you know, Edgewater Park is a good ways out of the city, so these rideshare drivers are trying to get their rides finished to get to the next one. So they fly through the neighborhood. They have no regard for the children or, you know, those of us who walk around the neighborhood. And then the trash cans also just stack up. I think that the one that's sort of closest to me has 4 trash cans out there, and they sit out there for days after, you know, the collectors have come. And so, again, I just don't think that this neighborhood is conducive to this sort of commercial hospitality sort of atmosphere. It's just not. It's a very quiet, secluded family neighborhood, and I think that that would really deteriorate just the feel of it overall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, one moment, please.
Yep.
Any questions on my right? Left? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Anyone else to speak in opposition? Anyone else? Okay, sir, you have the right of rebuttal. Limited to 2 minutes, please, sir, if you wish. Please state your name and address again for me, please.
Ryan Rabbit, 1441 North Edgewater Drive. In response to the most recent comment on ride sharing and Ubers, I'd like to point out, based on the site map, we are at the very entrance of the neighborhood. So the Airbnbs that were talked about in question are deep in the neighborhood. So we believe this is a non-concern, given our site is at the entrance of the property, and we had concerns about people that aren't from the neighborhood gathering and being nearby. Again, we're at the entrance of the neighborhood, which is one of the most popular fishing spots in West Ashley, and you have people from all over walking back and forth. Again, back to the comment on the duplex and parking, we can park side by side, so we think we have plenty of parking options. Again, we are moving into the house. We are in the house. This is our home, and we plan to be here for a very, very long time. We're down the street from my fiance's sister. This is our primary residence. This is where we live. And we are going to manage this very, very well. And another thing to parking, I'd like to ask this question to the committee is, would it help alleviate your parking concerns if we restricted the amount of parking our guests were allowed to have? Because we can do that as Airbnb hosts. Although, yes, you are required to have 4 and a total of 8, I, as the Airbnb host, can restrict and say only 1, only 2 cars, only 3 cars are allowed. So that is something that is in our control as a host, and we are more than welcome to do that. We want to be wonderful custodians and wonderful members of this neighborhood, and we've had a lot of people reach out to us saying they'd love to have their grandparents come visit and stay with us, and we hope to be able to do that.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Let me see if there's a question on my, I'm going to start on my left. No? So here's one thing that, and this is our hold for discussion. Never mind, I won't do that. Thank you so very much for your testimony today. Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So at this time, this case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff?
I have one for the attorney, for our wonderful attorney. So I like the way the applicant has addressed the parking concerns that I have. And he's willing to restrict it, which would be against our ordinance, because as long as he can provide the 8 spots, and if he wants to only provide 5 on a platform, that's not to us. So, but if that helped my vote, I would want to have that documented, but he's said it in a testimony. So if I was to make a motion for approval, how would I force him to honor that agreement when we're asking him to do less than what regulations say? Does that make sense?
It does, but the regulation supersedes.
Right.
So if he's asking for the number of units he's asking for, he has to meet with the regulation.
Right. He's got to provide it to the city, but he doesn't have to provide it to his guests. So it's just something that he's made testimony, right?
Yes. In terms of what he has requested, it has to meet the statute.
Right. Yeah, that's how I interpreted it.
So, Mr. Neal, my thoughts. I look at criteria 2, and I look at the parking that we have, and some parts of that criteria he meets.
Yeah.
Backing into a public road, he does not, because he would still be on the right of way and parking some of that vehicle, even though it's in his apron. Okay.
So I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Let me interject in that. So the requirement is about the parking space. It is not about access in and out of the parking space.
Correct.
So he does not have to provide a roundabout.
Yeah.
He just has to meet the parking requirements.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that point of clarity.
Well, if I may follow up, Mr. Chair, on that, I believe the picture that showed the van in there, I think the van was just parking at the end of the spot because that's the easiest spot for him to get in. I think the way it was described from the applicant was that the further you go down, the more there is back there. And I think if this was to get approved, I think the applicant's going to have parking issues down the road, but he's providing 8 parking spots, and that's the criteria that I'm holding him to for my vote. And I believe the eight parking spots are there. Are they not great? No, I don't think they're exceptional, but I think he does meet number 2. I'm still mulling the other criteria, but I think he meets the parking requirement. I don't think there's any issues with buffers and things like that. That's why I was waiting to see what the opposition was like, to see what the concerns were. And I mean, I've got some concerns, and I'm just working through these criteria, whether they go for me or not yet. I'm not there yet, but I'm working towards it.
Well, just like Mr. Hughes just said, he can park the 8 cars on there.
Yeah.
I just think it may have an adverse effect on oncoming traffic.
I agree.
And getting out. That's my thing. I can see him doing half of it. And maybe we limited the amount of bedrooms.
Yeah.
To help in that situation. That's just my thoughts of it.
Even if there was just one car parked in the driveway, would it be able to turn around to pull out the other way?
Say that again?
Even if let's say this driveway, I think it's the one that's to Unit A is the big question. Let's say there was only one car parked in the driveway.
He can manage that.
But would they be able to turn around within that driveway to pull out into traffic front facing? Because even if it was just one car, wouldn't they still have to back out into traffic?
The answer is yes, unless they're going to do a 3-point turnaround.
Right.
So
it doesn't really make a difference if we restrict the bedrooms, because let's just say there was only one car there. It's the same thing either way.
You're not going to get it.
Good point.
You can get 3 bedrooms.
Good point.
I have a point of reference for the. If we're ready to go, I'm ready to make a motion, but I have a question before that. Is that all right, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
In this scenario that I have I believe that this could be 3 bedrooms and not 4 bedrooms. And I'm willing to make a motion in a second. I don't know if it'll get a second or if it'll pass. But if I make the motion to limit it to 3 bedrooms, I do that with the staff comments, and it would be limited to 3 bedrooms, which would it would be max of 6 parking spots. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
I think that would require 7 parking spots still.
3 would require 7.
So a single-family home requires 2 parking spots regardless of the use, just for the single family. Duplex requires 4, even if he wasn't renting at all. So, and then 3 bedrooms, so 7.
So it would be 7 parking spots for 3, and 2 it would be 4, or it'd be 6. Yeah. That's a big haircut.
Well, I think that beats. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
If Chair, I'm going to make a motion if you allow it, and if it passes and gets the second, great. If not, we move on. Right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In case number BZA 0625000871, 1441 North Edwards Drive, I make a motion for approval of this case. I'll come back to all the criteria, but it's going to be subject to the staff conditions, and I will add condition number 5, which will limit the use of this property to 3 bedrooms for the long-term rental. Short-term rental, extended home rental, which is 144 days. I'm happy to go through the criteria, that it meets all 3 criteria, 1, 2, 3, but it only meets these with that 5th provision that I'm adding as part of my motion. I believe it's compatible with the vicinity of the neighborhood, will not affect the community general welfare. Adequate provisions are not needed for additional setbacks or buffering or additional fencing. My reduction by limiting the bedrooms will offset any criteria exceptions for the noise and traffic congestion, and it complies with the 3rd criteria, rules and regulations, by adding all these 5 conditions for staff approval. That's my motion. If I get a second, I get a second.
I have a question. So does the applicant have to change their application to that, or we can put that as a condition? Okay, thank you.
Hey, look who's here.
No, he wouldn't. He would not.
Okay. Board member can modify the application.
Yeah, we modify it. They won't have to do anything else. They'll be stuck with 3 if this motion was to pass, but it's got to have a second to discuss.
Would you amend your motion for 2?
If there's no other thing.
I second it. I think it's been seconded.
Okay, we'll wait till Mr. Jordan take his seat.
This is not exactly momentary, as you said.
Welcome in, Mr. Jordan.
We're happy to have Mr. Jordan.
So we have a motion that has been properly moved and second. Discussion. Any discussion? Like I said.
No, I hear you. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Who's seconding it? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be willing to join you for 2.
The floor is mine?
Yeah.
I started at 3. I just feel, I think this is close. I'm really on the fence. I started with 3. If the motion fails, then I'll probably make another motion, or there'll be another motion here to be entered for 2 bedrooms. But I just felt it's a duplex. I felt 3 bedrooms. I think I'm struggling with the 8 parking spots, but I don't struggle with the 7 since there's 2 driveways. So I just felt that was reasonable. The rest of the opposition that I interpreted, all valid points, but I think it all goes towards that number of people, and I just wanted to limit it.
Okay. Any others? Yes, Mr. Jordan.
Can I ask a question of the staff or somebody?
Please.
Maybe it's already too late. You tell me. But this thing about backing into traffic, is that some kind of requirement that they
No.
can't do that? Well, that's what I wanted to hear, because we all back into traffic, don't we? That's why I was wondering, was that being held against them?
No, it's not being held against him, Mr. Jordan.
Since I'm half here, half not, would you restate the motion?
Would you restate your
Yeah,
motion?
it's a motion for approval of this item 00871, including all staff comments. I've added a 5th comment that the property is subject to only 3 bedrooms for the extended home rental, short-term rentals, instead of 4 bedrooms. And with the 3 bedrooms, staff has indicated it would require 7 parking spots instead of 8.
Thank you.
And it's been seconded. Okay, any other discussion? All right, so I'm calling for the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
All right, and anyone opposed, that would be me. I think it would be taken, but it passes. Great. Congratulations, sir. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from the staff letting you know the next steps in the process. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a 10-minute recess.
Perfect timing.
Wait a minute. Mr. Jordan just got here. You got to stay through
I
it.
don't need a break, right?
If we
Why? You said you wouldn't do it again.
Okay, are we ready? We ready on my left? We ready?
About the third day.
Ms. Working, are we ready? So we're going to go back to 69?
I did it.
Okay.
Going back in time.
So at this time, we'll call the meeting back to order. At this time, we're going to go and we're going to present case BZA 06-2500869. This case was presented earlier, primarily because of some things outside of the control of this board, and we will recall this case. And Ms. Workin, if you would just go over it briefly, and then we'll call for the applicant.
Okay. Yep. The applicant and property owner is Stephanie Kelly. The property is located at 2112 Wapu Hall Road on James Island. TMS number 34302000004. It's in the low residential R4 zoning district, and the request is for a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. So zoning map, site plan, Zelda requirements, radius, aerials, posted on June 17th. Tenant notice and plat. And we did find that it may meet all three criteria. There were 3 public comments opposed, none on the street. There are no other STRs on the street. However, there's 40 active in Riverland Terrace. The board may approve conditions, or deny the request based on the board's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board would like to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, this property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance.
All right, thank you. Any questions from staff? Being none? Okay, is the applicant still here? Yep. Please state your name and address. You know what? You were not sworn in, so let's swear you in. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
Sure. Stephanie Kelly. Do you want me to say my residential address or the address of the property?
Your residential address.
I live at 1219 Pembroke Drive, Charleston, South Carolina, 29407. I used to live at this property. I had the limited short-term rental over a year ago. I just moved. This was actually my grandparents' property where we moved, which is why I'm now applying for the extended home rental. When I did the limited, I traveled for work, so it worked out really well that I could rent out the property while I didn't live there. And now that we have moved to a family home, I would love to be able to continue to short-term rent. It's a passion of mine. I stood before y'all, I think about a year ago, for a different property in Avondale that I also got the extended home rental for. But this was the very first property when I did the limited renting, and that's where it's really started my passion. I went to college at Charleston, business hospitality major, grew up here. Love to show people coming into town, Charleston, but to be honest, most of my clients are the people staying, or people that are staying for medical reasons. They're coming to the MUSC. They have families coming to visit in town that live in the neighborhood. They get to just stay right down the street from them, or even across the street. I've had direct neighbors rent the property, and that's been just a wonderful thing to offer, so that way they don't have to stay in for me, a dirty hotel. I can't afford nice hotels, but it's something that I'm really passionate about. My husband and I, we live only 10 minutes away. We manage it ourselves, and I've never had any direct complaints from neighbors. They all have my phone number. Like I said, we really try to keep the right kind of clientele, families, typically a lot of older couples who just love to walk the beautiful streets of Riverland Terrace and enjoy it. A lot of our reviews talk about that from whenever I was doing the limited short-term rentals. So thank you.
Okay. I understand you were in a little fender bender.
Yes, unfortunately, I was in a car accident on the way here, which I apologize for being late. It's obviously not an excuse, but we got here. So
Well, I hope you're okay.
thank you.
Good. Let's see if anyone has a question for you on my left.
I do.
Okay.
Great. In some of the comments, I notice a lot of the people are saying that they think that it's rented currently as a short-term rental, but I'm hearing that you had the limited. When's the last time that it was rented as like a short-term rental?
As a short-term rental, that was the end of last year before
And-
we moved.
Okay. And you didn't have any issues, noise complaints, neighbors calling you?
No. And like I
None
said,
of
all my adjacent neighbors have my phone number, and they can call me if they need me at any time. They've never had an issue.
Okay, great. That's my only question.
I have a question for you. What do you do if there's an instance for noise? If someone has a party and it gets real loud, what do you do for that?
Sure. I would call the guest. You know, if a neighbor had reached out to me, I would call the guest directly, tell them that they need to bring the noise down. And if they don't, within, a short amount of time, I would call the police and tell them, that there's a party going on at my house.
Do you have any devices in that home?
No.
That might be something good to have. So that's good. Any questions on my right? Oh, one last question. Who do you use to rent your places? Is it Airbnb?
Airbnb, VRBO, and lots direct. Yeah.
What was the last
people
one?
contacting me directly.
Okay. And how do you vet these individuals? What is your standard?
My standard. With Airbnb, we can see that they're a verified person. We can see that they have reviews in the past. So I look to make sure that they have been a 5-star guest. They don't have any complaints from previous owners. Hosts can review the guests so we can see if they've had a party, if it's a large group, things like that, that might cue us to say no to those kind of guests. Because like I said, it's an amazing, quiet neighborhood, and we want to keep it that way. There's no sidewalks, so I understand that people are walking in the streets. I've heard what everyone else has been saying, and we certainly want to keep it a nice, safe neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Absolutely.
Good. Do we have anyone else? Does your husband want to speak as well? No? Okay. You can if you like.
He did this last time. He's like, do I really need to go up there?
I'm just giving him an opportunity.
Hello?
You have to be sworn in as well. Thank you, Ms. Clark.
I do. Hello?
Name and address, please, sir.
Name's Colin Kelly, 1219 Pembroke Drive, Charleston, South Carolina. My wife, Stephanie, and we met 6-7 years ago. She was working on boats at the time. She's a captain. She's a very busy schedule, and we ran yachts together, focusing on hospitality. So this is truly her passion. She does it really well and very considerate of others. And since she's very busy schedule working, I will manage the house. She helps as well, but that's my full-time
Okay.
job.
Well, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Oh, I'm sorry,
I
Mr.
had a
Jordan.
question for them.
Oh, sir, I need you to come back. Mr. Jordan, I apologize.
That's okay.
One of our board members has a question for you,
So
sir.
y'all on vacation and something bad goes wrong, you need to get over there. Who's going to go?
We have a short list of friends. One of her coworkers is our next door neighbor.
Your next door neighbor?
Yes, sir.
That's good.
So
Thank you.
Okay. All right. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Do we have any general comments, discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to get a motion to approve or deny this particular case, BZA 06-25-00869. Anyone? Anybody want, okay. Okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman, in the case of BZA 0625000869, I move that we approve this request. I find that it meets all three criteria for extended short-term rental. That is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and not adversely affect the general welfare and character of the immediate vicinity. We've heard testimony that the applicant has previously lived in the area, has great respect for the area, and knows the neighbors and has communicated with them about this particular application. Leading to that adequate provision has been made to protect adjacent properties. I think that they have experience with their previous rental of the property that indicates that there has been no problem with adjacent properties, and that finally that it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of the ordinance. And I think there are conditions from staff, and I make my motion including those conditions.
All right, I'll second it. All right. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Raise your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? There is none. It carries. Where did it go? Okay, great. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you will be getting information from our staff, letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations and good night. Okay, Ms. Working is up again. She'll be doing case BZA 0625-00874, I think it is. Am I right? Two. I'm trying to skip ahead.
If I can find it. Oh, no. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, my gosh. Sorry, y'all. Wrong button. Okay. There we go. All right. The applicant, Chris McCarthy of Ravenel Construction Group, on behalf of the property owners, Peter and Rhonda Rubsick, are requesting a variance to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 16.6 feet to 13.4 feet at the closest point for a proposed swimming pool at 2997 Maritime Forest Drive, which is TMS number 203-12-00051 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties are located in the Kiowa River Estates PD 27E Plan Development Zoning District. There is currently a single-family home under construction on the 0.38-acre subject property. These are the zoning requirements in the plan development. As you can see, because this abuts a golf course, they have a 30-foot rear setback. And the lot is shown on the conceptual plan for the plan development. This is the zoning ordinance requirement that they can request a variance for a setback. The 300-foot radius, aerials. We posted the property on July 17th, 2025. This is the area, well, it's kind of in the middle of the two areas where the pool will be located. This is the survey site plan. So you can see the pools back here. I don't know if you can see that. Another site plan, and this is the pool layout and the plat. The board may approve of conditions or deny the case based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, the encroachment area shall be limited to the footprint shown on the submitted site plan. Any questions? I feel like I missed something. I'm missing the slide. I'm missing a slide. For the criteria, we stated that it may meet 1, 2, 4, and 7. It meets 5, and it may not meet 3 and 6. Questions?
Any questions for staff? Okay. I think you're ready for us, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Good evening,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Christopher McCarthy, architect. I'm here on behalf of Ravenel Construction and the owner, Rubsix. This is a new construction house on a heavily treed lot. I'd like to preface it by saying that the Kiowa River Estate ARC has been in consultation during the design. We had Marshall Badeau, arborist, come in and advise on this. And during those negotiations, they asked that we push the house as far back as possible, which diminished the rear yard, but in preserving a lot of the grand trees on the site. The request is for an in-ground pool, which will be fenced. The property to the rear is a cart path. It is neither a fairway nor a green. There are no homes in the rear that would be impacted by this. That is essentially our request.
Okay. Let's see if anyone has a question for you. Well, I do, starting off. How big is the pool again? Because my slides keep.
Pool is, excuse me. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. 1 second.
They're around your neck, right?
Oh,
No,
those
that's
are
your shades.
not prescription, I'm afraid.
Kind of glitch.
Let me ask you an easier question. How many grand trees are you saving?
About 8.
How many are you losing?
Beg your pardon?
How many are you losing? Excuse me. First.
Ms. Working, this is the pool that you have pulled up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Our slides keep, my slides keep jumping. It won't let me. Okay. Does anybody else have a question?
I'm waiting on my question.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It
Yeah.
looks as though we're losing about 7 live oaks, but they're not grand oaks.
Okay, thank you.
I can confirm
Yep.
that.
Yes.
I've been on site and no grand trees are being removed that I am aware of.
But
There are
still-
none?
But still trees.
There are none. There are live oaks that are non-grand trees that are being removed.
And their condition?
This is about 7 or 8 months ago. I was there, but it wasn't for this issue. I met with the arborist that he hired. We went over all the trees. But to my knowledge, and from when I looked at my emails, all the grand trees are staying on site.
And he asked what condition they in.
All the grand trees that I saw on
little
site,
ones.
non-grand trees are not with our
preview.
Correct.
There's still live trees.
Anyone else got a question? Yes, sir.
I do.
Mr. Dale.
So, thank you for your testimony.
Be proud of me.
You're working with the Kiowa River POA or HOA or
Yes.
Design Review Board,
Yes.
whatever. And as a result of their request, I guess with the effort of saving trees, that the house site itself was moved to the rear. Is that your
That's correct.
understanding? Have they also supported this pool and the variance that was
Yes, they have.
required?
Yes.
Okay.
I submitted in the packet a
Okay.
letter.
I was flipping through that, looking for that, and I clearly overlooked it. But they have approved that. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? I see our room is getting smaller. Anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, any more questions of staff? Okay. Do we have any other discussion? No discussion. Seeing that there is no discussion, therefore I'd like to ask and call for the vote. Not call for the vote. Call for a motion, excuse me, to either approve or deny this application. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, in the case of BZA 0625000872, I make a motion that we approve this variance request. I think that it meets all 7 criteria: extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the property. It's heavily treed, and there's been an effort to preserve as many trees as possible. The conditions do not apply to other properties in the vicinity. I assume that there's trees on other properties as well, but in particular this property, the tree area has been impacting the site location of the house. That it unnecessarily prohibits or restricted the use of the property. I think probably pools are fairly standard in this area, and to deny this would prohibit the usage of the property. The variance will not substantially be a detriment to adjacent property or the public good. I think the provision of the site plan shows that it is in keeping with that particular requirement. It will not establish a use not permitted in the zoning district. And the last is that it needs for the variance does not result in the applicant's applications. I think this is really a result of the requirement by the POA, HOA, Design Review Board that required the side of the house to be pushed back. Therefore, the only way that this property owner can have a pool, which is probably standard in that area, is to have this variance request. My motion is subject to the conditions set forth by staff.
Second.
All right. We have a motion that's been properly moved and second. Any discussion? Questions? Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? It carries. Congratulations. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from our staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you for coming. Thank you for applying. Good night. Moving right along. Our next case is case BZA 0625000879 in the beautiful area of Mount Pleasant, east of the Cooper.
Okay. And I'll be presenting the two cases together.
Okay.
The applicant and property owner, Inga George, is requesting variances to reduce the required 25-foot rear setback by 15 to 10 feet and to encroach a grand live oak tree located on the adjacent property more than 25% of the protected root zone area for a proposed single-family residence deck and steps at 3801 Tim Askew Lane, which is TMS number 61400000755 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties to the north, east, and south are located in the Special Management S3 zoning district. The adjacent properties to the east are located in the town of Mount Pleasant's jurisdiction. Variance number 1, ending in 00873, is a request to reduce the required 25-foot rear setback by 15 feet to 10 feet at the closest point for a proposed single-family residence deck and steps. Variance number 2, is the request to encroach a 46-inch DBH grand live oak tree located on the adjacent property, TMS number 61400000348, by more than 25% of the protected root zone area for a proposed single-family residence on TMS number 61400000755. The county arborist evaluated the tree, and it is a grade A tree. The proposed encroachment is 35.5%. There were 3 grand trees on the site that were identified as dead, diseased, or dying and were permitted for removal. I could show those to you when I get to the site plan. And the applicant did get permission to apply for this variance from the adjacent property owner. The property and surrounding properties were designated as the 10-mile community historic district designation on June 21st, 2022. On January 11th, 2024, the properties were rezoned from low-density residential R4 zoning district to special management S3 zoning district. The 0.59-acre property was previously HOA open green space. However, the HOA dissolved and the applicant purchased the property at a tax sale in February 2023. So as you can see on the table, the setbacks for S3 are more restrictive, 5 feet more for the front, 10 feet more for the sides, and then 15 feet more for the rear. So again, just some history that June 21st, 2022 was when 10-Mile Community Historic District was designated. The Gadsden Landing Homeowners Association, the HOA that previously owned the subject property, was administratively dissolved by South Carolina Secretary of State due to the vacancy of a registered agent on file. And then in February 2023, the applicant purchased the property at a tax sale. The title to real estate deed recorded March 2023. On January 11th, 2024, that's when all R4 properties in the 10-Mile Community Historic District were rezoned from R4 to S3. On April 2025, the plat was recorded, and then May 2025 was a quitclaim deed recorded referencing the April 2025 plat. This is the zoning ordinance requirement for the setback, and then the zoning ordinance requirement for the tree. The 300-foot radius. This is the subject property. It's at the end of the cul-de-sac. The property was posted on July 17, 2025. This is the tree. It's a grade A 46-inch DBH live oak tree. And again, it's on the adjacent property owner's property. Adjacent property, the site plan. So the 3 trees with the red X, those are the 3 trees that were approved administratively. And then the highlighted tree, that's the tree on the neighbor's property. This is the proposed build site plan with the septic tank location. And then the plat that shows the S3 setbacks and that Inga George owns this property. Sorry. Let's see. It meets criteria 1, 2, 3, may meet criteria 4, meets criteria 5, may meet 6, and may meet 7. The board may approve with conditions, approve with conditions, or deny the cases based on the board's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the applications, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat the 46-inch DBH live oak tree through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree preservation plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for construction. 2, if the 46-inch DBH live oak tree dies within up to 3 years from the date the structure is permitted, the applicant shall mitigate the DBH of the tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliber, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in Section 926 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. Or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. And finally, 3, the driveway shall be constructed using pervious materials. Questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Working, if the zoning had not changed, what would be need for a variance, or the variance would be smaller? Request would be smaller. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, they wouldn't need a setback variance, but with the location of the house, they would still need the grand tree encroachment.
Yeah, okay. But the setback requirement would not have
Right.
be needed. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Any other questions of staff? All right, so you're gonna go into the next one now, or
No, that was both of them.
that was both of them? Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, you had a question?
Yeah,
Mr. Neal?
I do. I'm following up on something. I'm sorry. I'm confused, and I don't know, sure if it's case 73 or case 74, and this might be something that the applicant has to address, but isn't this property deeded, it used to be HOA space or something like that?
Yes.
I mean, is there any access issues whatsoever? Because, I mean, is there joint use of the road, or, I mean, it seems like there's some other properties here, and it looks like they're turning HOA property into a combined property, and then they're going to have all the use for it. And I just
Yeah,
want to make sure
so-
there's no access issues.
Yeah, let's see. So yeah, this property was HOA property, but then it went defunct, and so that's why it then was sold at the tax sale, and she purchased the property at that time, and yeah, and then it was changed so it's no longer HOA open space because there's no HOA.
Can the property owner still build without this variance? I mean, why do they need the variance?
Not for the grand tree encroachment.
Because of the grand tree encroachment.
And for the S3 setbacks as well, which were changed after she purchased the property.
Okay. I guess I'll learn more.
Any other questions? Okay, is the applicant here?
Good evening. My name is Inga George. My address is 1864 Palmetto Isle Drive, Mount Pleasant. This is a 2.5-year process in order to try to get a building permit. I've complied. I've put in numerous applications. I've provided documentation.
Could you speak up just a little louder, please?
Lower the mic.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
you-
I don't have a gymnasium voice.
Just lower the mic.
Yeah. Okay. Is that better? So this has been a 2.5-year process. I've put in applications and complied with all the requests from all the different departments and offices. They hate to see my name on a message sheet because I know most of them by first name. So I've worked with almost every office in the county in order to try and resolve the issues that came up along this 2.5-year process. Again, when I purchased the property, the setback was an R4, and when I had my building plans made, they were well within the setback variance. So there was no issue with the building. I have since proposed a different building site on the lot in order to decrease any or minimize the issue with the encroachment for the grand tree that is not on my property. So I've done everything. I'm using permeable materials or pervious materials whenever possible. I put my garage under the house in order to designed it that way in order to reduce the footprint that would affect the tree root and canopy. I've done, I don't know what to say. I've done everything everybody has asked with all the different offices and applications. I'm just to the point now, after 2.5 years, I'm almost to the point of bankruptcy because I can't build on the lot. I can't do anything with it. I can't sell it. And I had to quit my job in order, this became a full-time job in order to put in applications, do research, make phone calls. I'm to the point where I'm at my rope's end. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I've done everything. Every time I get an application approved or something approved, then they say, well, you have to go talk to these people. And again, I've gone GIS, tax map, the T-MINS number was incorrect or whatever, we had to correct that. I've done tax division, let's see, who else? Zoning, subdivision, HPCC, the tree division, ROD, deeds, plat and description, BZA. I mean, just about every possible office. And I'm just I just want someone to tell me what I have to do to finally get approval for this. And now, even with this and the encroachment, and again, I'm put in a new proposed build site that moved the house more to the middle of the lot so that it would be less encroachment from where I had originally proposed the build site. The original proposed build site was coming in straight off the cul-de-sac and going back to the left, which definitely would have involved canopy and root encroachment. So I've moved that. I don't know what else to do. I've had the septic people there. They determined that the best place for the engineered septic system would be fairly close to the cul-de-sac, right at the circle. I'm doing everything I can. I just want a house to retire in. I'm not getting any younger, so I'm hoping that you'll see that I have complied with everything you've asked for and approve these.
All right. Sounds like a winning combination for a 35-year-old lady. So that's good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if anyone can help you here and has a question for you. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by saying this is the first time you've come in front of this board because
correct.
So you understand what I'm looking at is I'm looking at a variance for setbacks and I'm looking at a variance to encroach on a 46-inch oak tree. That's a very serious business. I'm not discounting your efforts that you've made, but that's what's in front of us tonight. All the hard work you've done for this lot, I have to focus on the impact of this
correct.
Tree and these variances.
Because that's why we're here tonight.
So my question is and I missed it, I guess, in the presentation, or it went over my head real quickly, is I'm trying to understand on this incredibly confusing lot shape, one I've never seen before. And it's because we've added some property, I would imagine, through this HOA, defunct, tax sale, however you've done it. So if you go to the site plan or the lot configuration, there you go. So you're going to have some challenges with this property, and that's what the Board of Zoning Appeals is here for. Mm-hmm. But I'm trying to understand a little bit better how you're going to impact this 46-inch grand oak tree, because that's a live oak tree, because that's a massive one that we don't want to impact. Encroachment of any percentage whatsoever is going to damage that tree down the road. So I'm trying to understand that. And then the rear setback, I just need an explanation of exactly where the house is going compared to this configuration of the lot, because sometimes rear and side setbacks are different on a configuration like this. So if you could help me with a different slide, I'd be educated
Yeah.
a little bit better.
I did provide a new proposed build site, which moved the build site in order to have less encroachment or try not to have encroachment at all.
Is the house?
It's less than 1,200 square feet.
Okay.
I mean, it's
Do we have a
small.
site plan that's working?
I'm sorry, say again?
I'm asking for the site plan so that
Oh.
I can better understand.
Okay.
It's working. Miss Working, where is the 15 to 10, reducing the setback from 25 to 15?
It's right here. This is 10 feet. So only the steps are going,
The steps are
steps are closest.
The steps are the only issue there?
No, a portion of the house is also in the setback.
And then the encroachment, can you show me the encroachment a little bit better?
It's the steps and then just a portion of the deck and house.
Do we have a percentage of how much that is going in?
I don't have that.
We don't have that.
Are you referring to the tree?
I'm going to come back to the staff. I'm just trying to understand, what was the illustration that you had before that was causing you problems?
With the,
Will, I guess with the prior one before this, you said,
I
you
didn't
testified
have-
you had all kind of variations and you've moved it around a couple of times. I'm trying to understand what you've done.
well, because of trying to get applications approved, and I still have the old proposed build site, or the original proposed build site, which again was back further to the left or down, I don't know which way you even put it. If
It
you
was
come
more like
straight in the
down
cul-de-sac
in
and you
center.
turn to the left, it was pushed almost all the way back to the back. But that also caused a higher percentage of the root and canopy encroachment.
Okay, that makes
So,
sense.
in order to help move this along, so I wouldn't have to come back a month later or 2 months, I said, look, let's just go ahead. Because of this is probably going to be an issue, I would like to put in a new proposed build site which moves the encroachment area, moves the build site so that there's less encroachment. Now, if you look at the canopy circle for that one tree, the other canopies are not involved because of Kyle's report. So the only canopy that I have to deal with at this time is the large one that, for that 46 or whatever, 45 double.
46 inch.
Yeah, that's not on my property. That's the only one that I have to deal with.
Okay, she's answered my
Or
question,
worry
Mr.
about.
Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. George, for your testimony.
Sure.
The property owner that where the tree, on the property where the tree sits, are they supportive of this?
Yes.
Of your application?
Yes, I sent them my building plans, the proposed build site, and the previous build site and the new one, and my building plans so they could see what it would look like. And they sent a letter to, I don't know if it was the BZA or it was one of the divisions or offices somewhere, they sent a letter to, or an email to them with approval to go ahead, or that they approved of the building site and the building. And that they approved of also the encroachment.
We're looking, is that in the packet? No? No.
It's from, I believe the email was from Tara Sullivan Marshall, something like that. Excuse
Well,
me.
she sent an email stating that she can move forward with the variance. She needed permission just to move forward with it.
She received?
Yes.
The permission. And she's aware that the permission is an encroachment on the tree?
Yes.
Root system. Okay. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Good question, gentlemen. Good questions. Anyone else? On my left? Are you feeling a little bit better now?
I'm still shaking.
You still
so-
shaking? Okay. You're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Any more
Okay.
questions?
No, I just know I'm familiar with this lot, and that's a tough lot to build anything
Yeah.
was. I'm surprised anyone actually picked it up from the foreclosure sale. So
Well, here's the issue. May I kind of give you
Yes.
the background on that?
Sure.
The excuse me. The issue was there was originally an HOA when they built that little development on Tim Askew. There's 15 houses, 15 lots. Some are two-story, some are not. Most are not.
Giving away my crackers.
So, somewhere along the line, the 15 residences or members of the HOA, somewhere along the line, they did not pay taxes on the lot, okay? There's also a requirement with the state that I learned later, not that with the state of South Carolina, you must have a registered agent for the HOA, and you must provide, I guess there's other rules for HOA, you have to hold meetings or something, provide meeting minutes, et cetera, I'm not sure. But anyway, don't know how it happened, but taxes were not paid on the property. So then it went to tax sale, an individual bought it, then he sold it, and then I think I'm either the third or fourth owner.
yeah, Mr. McDaniels.
Was he the one that
Go
bought
ahead.
it for tax sale?
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know there's 3 or 4 names in the line there. So, anyway, the HOA, the developer, which was Charleston Housing Authority, excuse me, had never given developmental rights, signed over developmental rights to the HOA. So when the HOA went defunct, he still had those developmental rights. In this process, the CHA signed over the developmental rights to me. So, and I had the deed description changed because technically it's not an HOA lot anymore, even though originally it was. And then also when I went to purchase the lot, I told both the title search company and my real estate closing attorney that I wanted to make sure, in particular, there was no restrictions on this lot, that it needed to be a residential lot, which at the time it was rated that as an R4. I said, I need you to look to see if there's any covenants and restrictions or any restrictions of any type. In particular, the HOA green space. I mean,
Okay, so I'm going to stop you there for just the sake of time. We're familiar, well, I'm familiar, but that's good. I don't think any other board member has any other questions for you at this time.
yeah.
But thank you so very much
Sure.
for your testimony. Okay?
Thank you for listening.
Yes, ma'am. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay, all right. You ladies been waiting back there patiently, haven't you? And you got paperwork for me?
Yes, good evening. How are you? I have paperwork for all members of council. This is.
Go ahead. You got to first tell me who you are.
I am Letitia Mitchell. I am the homeowner at 3830 Tim Askew Lane in Orndorff, South Carolina.
Okay. And what do you have here for me?
This here, I have the covenants and restrictions for the Gadsden Landing community. I have the quitclaim deed filed by Mr. College, which conveyed this property with the same restrictions that apply, which I believe is being implied to suggest that the restrictions have been lifted off of the property. It has not. I also have photos in here of the tree in the front of the property or the proposed property, as well as the oak tree in the back of the property, which is, as she stated, as Mr. George stated, is not on her property, but it is in the easement of the property in the back of, in the rears of where the house is proposed to be built at.
Okay.
Okay.
So keep talking.
As well as there is a petition signed by the majority of the homeowners on Tim Askew Lane and the Gadsden Landing community opposed to the building. So, good evening.
Your friend back there part of the community as well?
Yes, she's a homeowner. Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I am opposed to the variance request for parcel 614-00000755 due to the violations of due to the violations of the covenants and restrictions set in place for the open green space retention ponds for this property that it will entail. These covenants and restrictions state that they are to run with the land. It is stated in the referencing court document several times by the applicant that the original HOA no longer exists. But this does not dismiss fact and law. Facts are that these covenants and restrictions were not binding due to the existence of the HOA, but are binding due to the majority decision of the homeowners as set forth in Section 1 of the covenants and restrictions filed in the RMC office for Charleston County. And I provided you all a copy of that initial covenant. I have provided you all a copy of those covenants and restrictions. I'd like to bring to your attention parts 2, 6, and 10 of the covenants and restrictions for your review and directly address parts 15, which state, nothing contained herein shall be constructed as granted to a purchaser of any of the lots of said plot and right, title, or interest of the subdivider in the portion called open green space or retention ponds for any purpose other than as shown on the plot forever. Such areas were designed for the environmental resource protection, wildlife habitats, recreational land, undeveloped passive uses as defined in Section 8.5.5 of the Charleston County UDO. With that said, the homeowners paid the HOA fees to the affordable housing in connection with the town of Ondor, South Carolina, and the taxes were not paid. We, the homeowners, were not notified of the potential deficiencies of the tax sale ever. We found out after the fact of the tax sale. We also, as well as not having received written notice of the Charleston County Planning meeting on June 18th, 2025, written notice within that 300 square foot radius. I have provided a copy, again, of both the covenants and restrictions and the quitclaim deed filed by the previous owner, Mr. College, which has been used, again, to insinuate that the restrictions have been lifted from the property, but in fact and law, it states in the quitclaim deed that the property is being conveyed to Mr. College, subject to all applicable covenants and restrictions, et cetera, which constitutes the covenants and restrictions running with the land as recorded in the Charleston County Register of Deeds.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay. Let me see if I have anyone here on the board that may have a question for you, starting on my left.
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Neal?
How did you know? Ms. Working, if you can put up the slide that has, yeah, that one right there, because I believe this young lady can testify about some access questions that I have, because that's really my biggest issue. The issue of the deed and the deed restrictions is beyond my pay grade, and I'll leave that to our wonderful attorney and handle how we should go with that. But my concern really is access to additional parcels back there. So I don't really know. I know this area, and I know the 10-mile community very well, and I really want to know what's back there. Where do you live? Where do some of the neighbors that have signed this petition live? So you can't use addresses. You have to use these numbers that are right in front of you. So if you can help me with a little bit of that, that's the information I'm trying to extract out.
Okay.
Okay?
So we are a cul-de-sac. So the neighbors that signed this petition, I believe it's 13 of us out of the 15 houses on Tim Askew Lane.
A little bit louder.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm very hard of hearing.
So Tim Askew Lane is a cul-de-sac. Okay. So out of the 13 signatures of the 15 houses, the neighbors are spread throughout, the property. Access to the intended build is directly down Tim Askew Lane at the end of the cul-de-sac. We do not have the infrastructure for this, sir. This land was to preserve the wildlife. When they start cutting down trees, because of all of the building that's happening around us already, and we are in, a flooding zone, we are already experiencing additional flooding over the years. My neighbor here, her home just flooded last year. This will impact us greatly. And just as far as, I know that she said that it will fit in with.
I'll stop you because the question I really am focusing on is there any access to any of the other lots in this area that are going to be impacted by the way, her property is goes around the cul-de-sac. So I'm concerned about there's no property behind 755, which is this application's property. So 564 shouldn't be impacted because they have access through the other cul-de-sac, correct? No. That's where I want you to explain to me so that I can understand that we've got access issues.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Just you.
So yes, so we all access Tim Askew Lane directly, again, as a cul-de-sac. So just as far as access issues, are you saying just
I want people to have unabridged access to their property without going through her property.
There was, if you look at the plat here, there's a 20-foot ingress egress easement granted there.
Where is that? Can you highlight that a little bit better? So that right there is on her property, and she's got to give that access easement so that the other homeowners have access. And that's why I haven't heard anything about in this presentation or from the application how to get to it.
We do not, no. So we will have access issues, yes, sir.
The rest of the stuff I'm not concerned on. That answers my question, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Sedell.
Follow up on your question because I didn't understand the answer. Can you put the question you asked was about 564.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And the access, what's the access today for that lot?
Well, this lot is open green. This is open green space.
Oh, it's not developed.
No,
it is not developed right now. Her lot is not separate from the lot that I'm speaking in reference to. This lot was purchased. This is the open green space.
Yeah,
this was
space.
So she did not purchase it. A previous purchaser purchased it from auction, but it is the previous. It is the what they're trying to reference as only as the HOA land, but it is the protected open green space, and it's two retention ponds also at the beginning of the land, which the covenants and restrictions are binded by.
What lot do you own again?
Sense.
What lot? Which number are you again?
I am the first lot on the right as you're coming into Tim Askew Lane.
Hang on, let us see the map.
46. I know you still have your question to ask.
I haven't got my question answered.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Please accept my apology.
So can we put that? Yes. Can we enlarge that a little bit? So, are we saying that 564, 552, 550, I'm sorry, 564, 152, 151, 150, and 149 are not developed? There's no homes.
But those are not lots that are.
They're not lots.
No, those are not lots that are with. I apologize. The Gaston Land community. That is can get access to those lots on Geneva Smalls Lane,
Yes.
which is the
Okay.
road behind.
But his question was, is there any access problems for 564? So the answer is no.
No.
They can access it from Geneva Smalls Lane. Okay, thank you.
No, they cannot.
They cannot.
No.
Yeah, the plat I was showing you was recorded in May 2025, and there's an ingress onto that property, onto 5.
That's the issue I keep raising.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
So, so 564 cannot be accessed from Geneva Smalls Lane?
I don't know the answer to that, but I know that she
They're
is
showing
providing.
a cul-de-sac is shown there.
Yeah.
It's not there?
Can you show him the plat, Calvin?
Mr.
Well,
Chair,
it's not on here.
If I may.
The easement
Yeah,
is
the
on
easement.
there.
The easement's there, but
So my initial question, to go back to my fellow commissioner here, is why is there an access easement to a property next door? And then if they're bringing up, if the issue coming up is that this is not part of the HOA and it was part of the HOA, I'm not even getting to that question yet. My main question is there's an access easement. Why is there an access easement here and it's not being configured if somebody's going to put a home there?
Right.
I think there's bigger issues here before
There-
we get into the other issues. Or is that access easement, why is it there? And that's got to be dealt with at some point.
Existing easement based on what that says, and they added in a new one, so now there's 2 from what it looks like. So there was already one there when it was HOA property, but it's not HOA property anymore because they sold it at a tax sale. So I don't know why they would put a new one in. That seems odd, but that's not what we're here to address. But that does seem odd to me. I agree. That seems weird.
I just don't have an answer yet. That's why I haven't been able to figure it out.
Yeah,
So
it does seem odd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me ask Mr. Hughie this. The covenants run with the land, correct?
Yes, but covenants can be amended.
Covenants can be amended. And the covenants in this case have been amended?
Correct.
And so that is a moot point, basically, in
Pursuant to the assignment of development rights, this lot has been turned into a developable lot.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I speak? Yeah, okay.
So basically, I'll leave it alone. So let me see if anybody else has any questions for you. Anybody on my left have a question? Back on my right? I apologize, but your time has expired. We do thank you so very much for your testimony today, which was very good. Thank you.
Okay.
You were heard.
Thank you.
All right. So I take it that you want to speak as well? Yes, please. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Wagner. Address is 3817 Tim Askew Lane.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
In Allendale.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
My concern is similar to hers, but the problem we're having, well, we have a big flooding problem on this street, and every time there's a heavy rain, not just a storm, just a heavy rain, our yard floods. Tropical Storm Debbie last year, we were still dealing with flood damage from that. Every time it rains, we have to move our cars. It gets so deep you can't drive down the road. So you can, the street kind of comes down in the middle to drain. So we've been back and forth with the county, who's been back and forth with the state, because it drains into a state road. That issue is not resolved. Our concern is that the former HOA property acts as a kind of a way for some of that, a place for some of that water to go. And if you grant these exceptions and everything, and they start building back there, and they build the easement and build it up, then all that water is just going to come into my house and my neighbors' houses. I think she had flood damage too the last time it rained. There's a lot of moving parts here. When we bought the house, our house, we were told that it had an HOA. Nobody told us that it had fallen apart. We didn't find out till after we bought the house, and we found out that the property had been sold at a tax sale. So, I mean, it's like, I don't know what all happened there, but it's weird. I I have no ill will against somebody wanting to build a house as long as it's done properly and doesn't cause a worsening of flooding. She wants to put in a septic tank, but we are on Mount Pleasant water. So I'm not understanding why she would go septic when the street has city water. You know, and that raises concerns of pollution in the area. The easement across the property, which I missed the notice about, it opens up a way for the people on those other lots that you were talking about off of Geneva Smalls to access their property, which we're concerned about because we're a quiet cul-de-sac street with lots of kids playing all the time. And then if that's just easier to makes it easier to get to those properties, then they're going to use that way and be up and down our street. Geneva Smalls shows as a road there, but it's just, it's like somebody's yard. It's just a grassy area. So no road was ever built. And I think it's easier to get access through her property for somebody who wants to build back there than it is to put a road in. So we've got additional traffic, we've got additional flooding, we've got septic systems going in on a street that has Mount Pleasant water, sewer, and water. You know,
so
there's so much change happening around us right now.
Oh, okay. You've made a clear point, and I thank you. But your time has expired. Okay. So hold on. Let me see if there's anyone that has a question here to my right. Anyone? Anyone to my left? Thank you so very much for the points that you made today, both of you. And thank you for your patience today. Y'all two people. Anyone else to speak in opposition? Anyone else to speak in opposition? Very good. Right now, Ms. George, you have the right of rebuttal. You have 2 minutes, please, if you like.
What's the encroachment percentage?
Okay. As far as the...
Please state your name and address again for the record.
Yeah, sure. 25%. Inga George, 1864 Palmetto Isle Drive, Mount Pleasant. As far as the issue with the flooding, those retention ponds are not being disturbed. There isn't anything up at the front where the flooding, where the water goes, that's going to be disturbed. Okay, if they have an issue with, and they said they've contacted the state or whoever, it's a state road that comes down to, that Tim Askew comes into. So I'm not disturbing any of that. The reason I provided an access or an easement to the property that was 264 or whatever number that was off of the cul-de-sac was to minimize access to the rest, of the properties. Otherwise, these people bought the piece of property, they would have had to tear down all kinds of trees on Geneva Smalls, even though it says there's a road there, but there's no road. It's nothing but trees and, like she indicated, grass. So the least, I don't know how to put this.
Least impact.
Impact, thank you. Least impact would be for them to have that easement. That easement is only for that lot. It's not for any other lots. No other lots can use it. No other lots can use that driveway. It's only for that one lot. So we're not going to have extra traffic. There's one house, and it happens to be the lady that owns the house next to me that has the big oak is the one that bought it. So there's no issue there as far as providing access to all those other lots on Geneva Smalls. That's not going to happen. That's in the easement agreement that they must maintain the easement and that no other properties can use that as an easement to their property.
Okay.
That makes
Well, thank
a
you.
lot of sense.
All right. Mr. Jordan has a question here for you on my left.
Is there some reason why you don't want to hook on Mount Pleasant water?
I can't. They won't let me.
Would you if you could?
Pardon?
Would you if you could?
I've tried. I applied to Mount Pleasant to annex in because that was my thought too. Much better environmentally, et cetera, to have water and sewer. But they did not, because of the other issues with the lot, they denied me. They didn't, terminology here. it's not that they denied me, they took it off the agenda. So they never technically denied it, but they took it off the agenda. They never reviewed it. So I cannot get water and sewer through Mount Pleasant, even though everybody around me, all the houses around me and everyone else has Mount Pleasant water. I can't get Mount Pleasant water and sewer.
Does that mean you'd be digging a well also?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, because they were going to require her to annex to get that. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
They require her to annex.
to get the sewer and water.
Well, that's what I was wondering.
I tried. That was one of the first things I tried.
You want to annex it to the city?
Into the town.
You most certainly do.
I'm sorry, ma'am, this way.
I'm sorry.
Yes, you most certainly do. They have a requirement that you have to be in Mount Pleasant, annexed into Mount Pleasant. I've checked with the city. I talked to all the people there. That's the requirement. And I said, well, I don't understand, because all these other people around me have Mount Pleasant water and sewer. Why can't I get it?
Mr. Neal, you had a question?
No, I'm going to save mine for staff after she finishes her rebuttal.
All right, anybody else? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you for listening. Appreciate that.
Okay, this case is closed to the public. I'm tired. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? What you do, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two. The first one is, did I hear that because the property went through the tax sale, that it is no longer part of the HOA, or did I hear that the HOA documents were modified or ratified or amended to be excluded from this HOA agreement?
So I'm going to attempt to respond to that, and I'm going to make certain assumptions. So there was an HOA, and this property belonged to the HOA. At some point, the HOA did not pay the taxes.
Right.
So the property was sold at a tax sale. The community members are saying they didn't get notice about the sale, but that's something they would have to challenge at the delinquent tax sale.
Right.
And there's a file there that would say who they only have to mail to the owner and anyone they find in a title search who has an interest in the property. Other people are notified by publication, right? So the homeowners surrounding this property would not necessarily receive anything in the mail. They would be noticed by publication. The issue, I believe, is the HOA was never turned over to the homeowners, meaning they never owned the HOA. The HOA, based on the documents, continued to be owned by
Gadsden Green,
and then Charleston Affordable Homes.
Right.
And those restrictions were changed by this amendment.
Okay.
Because they gave those rights to, and I apologize, ma'am, the applicant.
Right.
And they amended the restrictions, making this a developable lot.
Okay. So that answers that question. Thank you. So I don't have that issue anymore. Then my second question is I don't see anywhere in the documentation or the application or staff notes on how much percentage is being impacted for case number or item number 7, because I understand the rear setback stuff. I personally don't have a problem with number 6, but number 7, it just says more than 25% on a 46-inch tree, and if it's 75%, then I have a problem. If it's,
I think I did say it early on.
so I just want to know what I missed.
It is 35.5%.
So 35.5% is what they're going to encroach. Does that include anything for the, since they're not going to be on town water sewer, is that going to be, do we have that on the site plan? Or are they going to put their drain field or whatever it is?
Right, so this is the proposed septic tank location over here.
And that's outside. Is that part of the impact zone as well?
No, the tree's down here.
Okay. So this is just for the house, and it's at 35.5%, right? Answered my questions. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so go ahead.
Can I ask arborist question? Just, so at 35%, I know it's not an exact science, but is part of the encroachment driveway? Okay, so assuming that permeable material is used in the driveway, what percentage of the encroachment is non-permeable of the 35%? Can you tell from the?
Yeah. Just eyeballing it, I would say without the driveway, I would think about 30% maybe. Driveway really isn't that much.
Okay. Primarily it's the house.
It's the house, and then of course the roots that are disconnected from the house behind the house. So all that goes into, if that makes sense, because the house is in the middle of that circle, and then it's still cut off bits behind the house. So the house itself is not encroachment, but also what it disconnects from the tree itself.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Any more questions of staff?
I have one more time.
Do you think that there is a buildable pad on this lot without the encroachment?
No.
So
I mean, even for the 1,200.
we explored that, but because the septic tank is going to come in here in the field,
Yeah.
that would have been a great
Impossible.
spot for it.
Yeah, yeah.
But now if she can get water and sewer, but she has to get annexed into the town.
God, this is a dumb question, but I mean, from my experience, she's right. You can't get in unless you annex. Well, why can't you annex? Would be the question if I could ask her. Maybe she answered it.
She tried.
That's right, yeah.
She tried to get water and sewer, but she didn't say.
She tried to annex too.
Tried to annex it.
She tried to annex. She testified that she tried to annex.
Yeah, she tried to. She can't.
And the city won't let her annex? Never heard. City turned down tax dollars.
Neither by that. Well,
I mean, I just don't understand. I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right.
So I feel free to correct me, but it seems like to me that the residents are concerned about her over the septic tank, but it's out of her control. She don't want to do that, so she can't win either way. That's what it looks like to me.
They don't want it to be a property that anybody can build on, but it already is a property that somebody can build on.
But I heard her talking about the water company saying they didn't vote on it. I didn't hear her say the county didn't.
That's
I mean,
good,
the city didn't. The town of Mount Pleasant. Is there any way we can get this question answered? Because, I mean, if the water company, Mount Pleasant Water Works, told her she couldn't get water because she didn't annex in, and they took it off the agenda. That's a far cry different from the town of Mount Pleasant saying we don't want you to annex. And I sure would like that to be clear.
Answer.
That's up to Mr. Chair.
You can, well, it's up to the board, up to the chairman, but in terms of bringing her back for clarification.
Does that make sense, Mr. Chair? I mean, unless somebody else has testimony that understands that, I just don't. I remember her saying the waterworks company.
So just so I'm clear, that this house, the location of the house could be moved if there wasn't a requirement for a septic?
Yes.
Okay. So it does hinge on whether or not, if she could get city water, then the encroachment issue could be
resolved.
Doesn't look like totally resolved, but
it's not going to be totally
substantially resolved, right? I mean, on the, sorry?
This whole area will be open because these trees are going to be cut down.
I think it's a large issue, Mr. Chair.
So is it the will of the board to ask the applicant to come back up? Yeah. All those in favor?
Just for that specific
Just for that one question?
Yeah. The board has a vote.
Well, all those in favor of having the applicant come back, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. So it's
Aye.
unanimous. Okay.
Thank you. Thank
All
you,
right.
committee.
So at this time, once again, state
Yes.
your name and address for the record.
Inga
And
George.
You've heard go ahead.
1864 Palmetto Isle Drive, Mount Pleasant.
Your name?
Inga George.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
So, Ms. George, you heard the question. So the question is, would you like to ask the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be specific, want you to be very specific in when you said that you were denied water and sewer. Even if Mount Pleasant Waterworks denied you water and sewer, have you applied to annex into the town of Mount Pleasant, and you were denied, or you were just not allowed to vote, and why were there that explanation?
Okay. I did apply to the town of Mount Pleasant, put all the paperwork in for annexation, application, et cetera, to their offices. I thought, to me, it's semantics or terminology, okay? They looked at the paperwork, and they looked at the lot, and they decided that even though all the houses around me have Mount Pleasant water, and I abut Mount Pleasant properties, they decided to take it off the agenda.
Town of Mount Pleasant agenda.
Yes. Okay. So technically, I guess it's not a denial because that's their wording. Even though they took it off the agenda, to me, that means a denial. Okay. We don't accept your application, or we're not moving forward with it. And they gave me certain reasons. Okay. Then, so I thought, okay, then I have to go with sewer or the septic and well. So then I talked to the lady, one of the ladies at the county, I think it was Tamara, that said, well, if you're denied annexation, you can still get water from the town of Mount Pleasant. If you're denied, again, terminology.
So
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
hadn't been
interrupt you.
denied.
So yeah, you hadn't been denied, but what were the reasons that they took it off? You said they took it off of the agenda. So what were the reasons that they gave you?
I can provide that. I'm sure I have provided at some point in time, but I can provide that to you.
Can you just recall, or
They listed three things.
Okay.
Okay. One, it was a HOA lot. Okay. Two, covenants and restrictions, which I cleared. It's no longer HOA, no longer covenants, restrictions, and there was another reason. But the legal department said they didn't want to deal with it. They were taking it off the agenda. Okay, and for those reasons. So I was told by the county that even if I was denied annexation, that I could still get water and sewer from the town of Mount Pleasant from the waterworks. So I called them to check to see, okay, to get an invoice of what the cost would be for me to tap in to the water and sewer that's right in the cul-de-sac. And so they said no. So they went back to the town of Mount Pleasant, and that's when I found out that I was not denied. I was just taken off the agenda. Okay. So again, it's terminology. But then the Mount Pleasant Water said, no, we can't provide you because you were not denied.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When did you apply?
Early on in the process.
Okay, can you give me a date?
I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
It's unfortunately she's been going through all these
in 23,
agencies.
it was probably somewhere in the fall of 23.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't be positive, but it could have been the next year in 24, like in June or March.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. I'm sorry, I don't have those dates.
Mr. Chair, she answered the question that I wanted that we open back up. So I don't need any further testimony, but that's just me.
Okay. Okay, anybody else have a question while she's up there?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you once again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Now, okay, so once again, the case is closed. Any other discussion, board members? We've had a lot of good discussion about this. None? Any general discussion? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, gentlemen, I need a motion to either approve or deny these cases. Does anybody want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, but you ain't gonna like what I say.
I'll
take a stab at it, but I'm gonna need a little bit of help probably. I haven't done one yet.
Well, do you want to jump on something this size?
Not really, but no one else
Okay.
is gonna make
Huh,
one.
go ahead.
Variance or special exception?
It's a variance, correct?
Yep. Go ahead. I commend you for doing so.
Thanks. I was waiting for him to bring me this. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion for approval of, I can do them both together.
Yeah, but you got to state each one of the cases. Yes.
Okay.
You got to go through it all, unfortunately.
For both, each one. Okay.
You need two separate votes.
Correct.
For BZA 0625000873. And that is for the 25 rear setback, 15 to 10. We have found, or I have found that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. We have gone through this. It was HOA property. It is no longer. And then it was rezoned from S3 to S4. So there has been a lot of changes, and it is definitely extraordinary. These conditions do not generally apply to the other properties in the vicinity for those same reasons. Because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. She can't build for a magnitude of reasons, but the setback is definitely important. It's the only place that she can build, and she has tried multiple places to change it. The board would be allowed to establish but not otherwise permitted. Change zoning district. This has nothing to do with utilizing the property in a more profitable way. She is simply trying to build a single-family residence on the grounds. The need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. The zoning for it changed after she purchased it, and granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purpose of this ordinance. The house is a single-family residence, which is what the rest of the neighborhood is. It is in conformity with the comprehensive plan of the neighborhood.
And your criteria? The conditions? 1, 2, and 3?
Staff's comments.
Staff comments.
Oh, and I'd like to include the staff's 3 conditions.
A second.
Thank you.
Okay. Go to the next one.
And is it the same motion, or we vote on that one?
You got to go through the whole thing on that one as well.
Okay. And then for BZA 0625000874, this is for the grand live oak tree that is located on the adjacent property, not on her property. There are extraordinary and exceptional circumstances pertaining to the particular piece of property. It is not on her property, but the roots are going onto her property and affect her ability to build. These conditions do not generally apply to the other properties in the vicinity. She is the only property that abuts up to this tree. These conditions would prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Without this, she would not be able to build a home, which is the purpose of purchasing the property. The authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good and character of the zoning district, and will not be harmed by granting the variance. The Board of Zoning is not granting a variance that is going to allow her to utilize the property more profitably. She is simply building a residence for herself, and the need for the variance is not the result of her own actions. The tree was already there, and it's not on her property. And granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of this ordinance. Again, the plan for the neighborhood is a residential community, and that is all she is trying to do, is build a home. And I would like to include the staff recommendations. There's 3 of them. Correct?
Correct.
That's it.
Do we have a second?
He seconded it.
You second? Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, do we have any discussions on 873?
Can we vote separately on those?
We are.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like I said, 873, do we have any general discussion on that? We got a motion that's been properly seconded and approved, not approved.
Approved and seconded.
Yes. Any discussion on the first one? Okay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand on 7-3. Aye. Okay, it's unanimous on that. And then on 874, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? One. Okay, so all two carry. Woo! So your application for both applications have been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Congratulations. Good night.
I've seen some weird stuff that's not pleasant. I think what happened. I think
Go
what
ahead.
happened is-
Yes?
Yep.
Huh? Yeah. Can I take a quick hike?
Well, we still got one more case, don't we?
I know that. That's why I'm asking.
No, we need you. You can run to the restroom, though, if you need to. Yeah, please.
Can we go to the restroom?
No, go ahead.
Are we going to the restroom or no?
No, we're not.
Okay.
Had she
Are you
made
leaving?
changes,
Okay. Good night.
So I really think it was just a timing thing.
Go ahead, Ms. Workers. So the next case that we're doing is
there anybody?
BZA 06-25-875.
Yes.
But we're doing those together, right?
Well, the special exception is separate, and then the variances are together. Yeah. The applicant and property owner, Edward Kronsberg of Tall Oak HQ LLC, represented by Jessica Myers of C. Baker Engineering LLC, are requesting a special exception to establish hair, nail, and skincare service use with 2 chairs in the urban residential UR zoning district at 2 Tall Oak Avenue, which is TMS number 418-13-00129. The subject property and adjacent properties to the north, east, and west are located in the urban residential UR zoning district. Surrounding properties to the northwest, east, and south are in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The subject property is 5,698 square feet, or 0.13 acres. It's 50 feet wide by 113 feet long and contains a 1,163 square foot single-family dwelling that was constructed in 1945 per Charleston County records. The proposed project is currently in the site plan review process to convert the single-family dwelling use to a commercial use. In addition to the special exception request, the applicant is requesting 2 zoning variances. The first is for parking lot design and layout and number of required spaces. The second is to eliminate the required land use buffers along the side property lines and reduce the required right-of-way landscape buffer. This is the ordinance requirement for the use, the special exception. The 300-foot radius map, aerials. We posted the property on July 17th, 2025. This is the front of the property facing Magnolia. This is the property along Tall Oak. And then the adjacent property owner on the Magnolia side and the adjacent property owner on the Tall Oak side. And then this is the intersection. Existing conditions plan. This is a demolition plan showing what they're going to be changing on the parking site plan and landscape plan and plat. Regarding the 6 approval criteria, we stated it meets 1 and may meet 2 through 6. There were 2 public comments in support in the BZA packet, and then there was 1 opposed in the supplemental packet. The board may approve with conditions, or deny the request based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. Prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process for the, what? That is not right. Okay, that is not the right condition on the slide. Prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. That's what should be on the slide.
You've had a long day too, hadn't you?
Yeah.
Any questions of staff? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Workin. You want to do the next one too?
We need to vote on this one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So.
All right, there we go. You're the only two left in the building. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Myers. Address is P.O. Box 81080, Charleston 29416.
Now, you don't live in that P.O. box now, do you?
No. Do you need my home address?
Thanks for bringing that point up. I used to bring that up.
Itty bitty living space. My home address is 1629 Dryden Lane, Charleston 29407.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your patience this evening. We appreciate your time and attention. This project is just converting an existing residential structure into a commercial use. The proposed use is going to be Ann Bonnie's Lash and Skincare Boutique. They currently have an existing office on the second floor across Highway 17, just on the other side of the triangle, still in the Avondale community. So they are moving to their own space with their own parking. We have been working very closely with site plan review staff. This site is very challenging because it's very small. It's also a corner lot, so we're kind of hit with a double whammy with all the buffers and whatnot. So with that being said, we are asking for the special exception in order to allow the 2 chairs. We meet with all other conditions of the ZLDR for this use. It fits very well with the neighborhood. Similar uses are in the area, such as the Strawberry Blonde Salon. There is a neighborhood gym, so a lot of self-improvement in the area. I think it's important to add that there's going to be no trees removed as part of this. The building will not be, the existing structure will not be demolished. It will remain as is. A new ADA ramp will be added in compliance with Charleston County and ADA standards. None of the existing fences are proposed for removal, and we're proposing quite a significant amount of landscaping in order to be in compliance with current ordinance requirements. Existing utilities are present. This is Charleston Water Systems for both water and sewer. Tall Oak Avenue is a city-maintained right-of-way. We have gone through the encroachment approval process with the city. We have obtained that encroachment improvement for modifications to the driveway. We do have that permit in hand. So really, we just ask the board's approval tonight in order to utilize the existing structure and site as proposed.
Very good. Very good. Any questions? Anyone have a question for this young lady? Oh, wow. They must be really tired tonight.
I must put them to sleep.
No, you didn't put us to sleep. So tell us a little bit about the 2 chairs. So you're going to have 2 chairs that will be placed in the building. Why not more with all the space that you have available?
Why not more? The existing clientele doesn't support that. 2 would be the absolute max that we would see. Most of the time, there's going to be 1 guest served at a time. The reason we opted to go ahead and ask for the special exception to allow the 2 chairs is part of the recommendation of county staff in order to work with the parking requirements.
Okay.
So the special exception and the variances go hand in hand.
So parking dictated your...
Yes, I believe the parking required, it was, I don't recall off the top of my head. I just know we can only fit 3 spaces on site.
And what all will be done there again?
What, the existing structure will remain.
No. What kind of services again?
Oh, this is like a skincare beautification type service. Hair, skin, and nails, facials, lash.
You know about.
You know.
Yeah,
They might
right.
have some gentleman services.
Right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my question is because I don't think we asked it during the staff presentation. So your parking requirements, are they a factor of the number of chairs?
I believe so. I believe there was a minimum requirement, and then there was, I believe it was one space per chair.
One space per chair.
Essentially, it worked out that if we have 2 chairs, we need to provide 4 parking spaces. However, we can only provide 3.
So since you're going from 1 chair to 2 chairs, that's why the special exception is being asked for?
That is correct.
But
And
then your next variance, which is not in this case right now, because we're just talking about this one, but if you get 2 chairs, then you're going to have a reduction in the parking requirements because you've asked for 2 chairs.
correct. I'm hoping that county staff can help me out a little bit on this one.
Okay, we'll follow up with staff on it, but
That would be
that's
great.
basically where you are, right?
Yes, sir. You are correct with
Okay,
that.
thank you much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Just, perhaps it's more, this is surrounded all by commercial, right? Is this residential to the, look, what is that, to the west?
There
of
is
the property?
residential just to the plan left. There is residential. We did get a letter of support from that property owner. However, everything plan right, that is commercial.
Right. So that's my question, is the residential side, you have property owner support from?
Yes, we do have a letter with their support. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good
Yes, sir.
question. Good question. Okay. Well, thank you so very much for your testimony on that. This gentleman, are you going to want to speak as well, sir?
Since it's Edward Kronsberg.
We good.
You can hear me? I can't hear me.
I can hear you.
Edward Kronsberg, 931 Compass Point, Charleston, South Carolina. Yes. What was the question? I got so wrapped up in...
The question is, do you have anything that you want to provide to us that
yes.
will help us approve your application?
I just wanted to clear up a question that had been asked. It is currently residential. We have, I've worked for the last 25 years in Avondale. We do property management, and we work around a lot of the small businesses in the area. It was residential. We've spoken with the neighbor whose fence runs adjacent. She's in favor. What had happened was it's been used for rental, and a bunch of 20-year-olds have been living there, and they let everything get overgrown. There were rodents and other issues. We have the properties all around it. So we waited, talked to the owner, and when he agreed to sell, we purchased it. And Ann Bonnie's, which is across the street, commercial, second floor, no parking, eagerly joined in with us. And they're our partner in putting another small business right here. Since then, we've cleaned the property up. It looks amazing. No trees coming down, no shrubs coming down. We're adding shrubs. The reason that we have there were 4 spots, you're spot on. Under the zoning, we're allowed to have 1 seat, 1 chair. We're asking for 2 chairs. We already have plenty of parking in the driveway, but because we need to do an ADA parking place, we went from easily being able to put 4 cars to only being able to do 3 because of the ADA space. That was what I was getting at. I just had to remember.
Well, thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you so much.
Yes. All right, there's nobody else in this room, so I take it that nobody else is speaking in opposition. All right, so this case is closed to the public. Board members, any discussion? Any questions for staff? Any discussion?
Just make a note, Chair, Mr. Chair, that for 875, there were public comments on the record.
Okay.
Yeah, there was 1 against and 2 in support.
Yeah, 2 in support, but there was 1 against.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that point. Yes, sir. All right. I need a motion, please, to approve or deny. Anybody want?
I got it. Let's go find my special exception. Okay. Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion to approve case BZA 0625000875, request for special exception to establish hair, nails, skin care, to have 2 chairs in the urban residential zoning district. I see that it meets all 6 of the special exception criteria. It's consistent with the recommendations for the Charleston County Comp Plan. It's compatible with the existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the community. We heard testimony from the applicant about the adjacent property and how they're in favor of it. And basically, this is part of their master plan for that complex of the Avondale extended now. Criteria number 3, adequate provisions made for such items as setbacks and buffering and fences. They're actually cleaning up the property and helping the overall appearance. I don't see any issues with traffic congestion, noise, vibration, dust, glare, odor, any of those factors that are listed in the criteria. Criteria number 4, where applicable, will be developed in a way that will preserve and incorporate the natural features. They obviously are improving the property that's been a desolate eyesore, so the neighbors are happy and are in support of this. Criteria number 5 complies with all applicable rules, regulations, and standards of the zoning district. Basically, we're just adding a second chair here, so we're not making any additional impacts. And number 6 does not hinder or endanger vehicular traffic and pedestrian movement for the adjacent roads. This is a very walkable, friendly area, and they're not impacting that whatsoever. I would include, as part of my motion, the staff criteria, the one staff comment: prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. That's my motion.
Thank you. Do we have? All right, Mr. Jordan seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Within 10 days, you'll be getting info. That's for that first one. It's unanimous.
Okay.
Unanimous. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being lazy. I apologize.
He tired.
Yes, I did vote. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Hold tight. All right, last one. So next case, BZA 0625000876. And my iPad is about to die.
Thank God that we have some extras.
Okay. The applicant and property owner, Edward Kronsberg of Tall Oak HQ LLC, represented by Jessica Myers of C. Baker Engineering LLC, are requesting variances from the parking lot design and layout requirements to reduce the number of requiring parking spaces, to eliminate the required land use buffers along the side property lines, and to reduce the required right-of-way landscape buffers along Tall Oak Avenue and Magnolia Road for proposed hair, nail, and skin care service use at 2 Tall Oak Avenue, which is TMS number 418-13-00129 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. A subject property and adjacent properties to the north, east, and west are located in the urban residential UR zoning district. Surrounding properties to the northwest, east, and south are in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. Let's see, where's it? This is the zoning requirement for the parking. So it requires 2 parking spaces per employee or workstation, so chair, two spots per chair. 4 parking spaces are required. The applicant is requesting 3. So they're providing 3, they need 4. That helps. And this is the buffer section for the second case. Oh, sorry, 300-foot radius, aerials. We posted on July 17th, 2025. This kind of shows the existing parking area. They are going to fix that up like shown on the plans.
Yeah, I got a little problem.
And this shows kind of the buffers that exist and the fencing that exists. Site plan, landscape plan, plat. We stated that it meets 1 through 3 and 5. It may meet 4, 6, and 7. And we did receive 2 letters of support and 1 in opposition. The board may approve approval conditions or deny the request. We do have a condition prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process.
Thank you, Ms. Workin. Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that's both cases.
And we're taking both cases, right, 9 and 10. So my question is really on the buffers, and if you could pull up any of the pictures, because I know the area, but I don't know this actual property. The actual photos, if you have I'm not worried about the site. I might need the site plan in a minute. Yeah, any of those. And this might go to the applicant when the applicant makes a presentation. But if this property is either been rezoned or is going to be used as urban residential, which is limited parking, I'm in favor of limiting the parking. I don't have a problem going from 4 spots to 3 spots because we don't want a lot of parking in residential type neighborhoods. But buffers are there for a reason, and especially if this is going from a rental property, a residential property, to a now limited commercial use. It seems like the requirements that the county has in place for buffers should stay intact. So I'm trying to stay intact. So I'm trying to understand why we're removing those, or why they would be wanting to do that, and why we should be okay with that.
Yeah, that's a question for the applicant, but
Okay.
they do have some buffering here. You can see this is magnolia. So they have the fence and some plants and trees. And
Because-
then,
correct me if I'm wrong, there's residential behind them,
yes,
right? So
Yeah.
I would
there's a fence back there too.
right. So I would want to make sure that there's some type of buffer
Mhm.
back there, and on that side street, it's commercial property. We want whatever is fair to everybody else that has commercial property on a corner street. We want them to adhere to that. So that's where I'm kind of going
Here's
with
here's the plan.
it. Okay.
So there is landscaping around the parking, around the building, and around both streets. It's just a reduction.
It's just a reduction.
Yeah.
And staff has a recommendation on this, or this has been submitted to staff and is okay with it, and? Okay, that's the general concept, I mean.
Because they will be adding more landscaping.
Okay, I'm fine, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. If you start over again, name, address.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Myers. I live at 1629 Dryden Lane, Charleston, South Carolina, 29407. I am a professional engineer. I'm here representing the property owner, Mr. Edward Kronsberg of Tall Oaks HQ LLC. We are requesting 2 variances, one for the buffers, one for the parking. This site is incredibly small, just over 1/10 of an acre. It's only 50 feet wide by 113 feet deep. The buffers associated with being on a corner lot fronting 2 right-of-ways are extremely restrictive to this site. So we are asking, I'll address the buffer request first. We are requesting an elimination of the buffer between the site and our neighbor to the plan west. We do have support from this neighbor. There's an existing privacy fence that will remain. Essentially, we are not making the condition any worse. In fact, we are adding extra screening on that site, on that side of the building, in compliance with Charleston County's requirement to screen the mechanical unit. So we are making some improvements. Additionally, we are asking for an elimination of the buffer with the rear property. We're still proposing plantings. We're still going to provide shrubbery, and similarly to the side, there is an existing privacy fence that will remain, so the condition will not be made worse. As you can see from the landscape plan, we are going to be adding additional landscape to the sides of the property fronting the right-of-way. Again, no existing vegetation will be removed. We're going to be working around that, just infilling and adding where we can, where it makes sense. As for the parking, this particular business, and Bonnie's Lash and Skincare Boutique, is proposing 2 employees. And based on the county's ordinance, that was still going to require 4 parking spaces. So working with county staff, they suggested that while we had the board's ear, it would make sense to go ahead and request the 2 chairs just to get that, just to have that on the record. So regardless, we would have needed 4 spaces, but due to ADA compliance, we're only able to fit 3. And that's what our site plan shows. We are proposing to provide 2 regular spaces, 1 ADA. With that being said, because the existing structure is going to remain as is, there's not a whole lot of room to work with. So we are asking for an atypical parking configuration, the stacked parking that you see. This will require a small driveway modification. Again, this has been applied for and approved by the city of Charleston as they maintain the right-of-way that is Tall Oak Avenue. So again, we're hoping to add to the vibrancy of this community here. We're hoping that the board will approve our request for both the buffer elimination and for the parking variances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this young lady again?
Putting everybody to sleep. Thank y'all.
No, we're not sleeping. Tired, maybe, but not asleep. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You didn't want to say anything, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Edward Kronsberg, 931 Compass Point. No, sir, I do not. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So since there's nobody else in this room, case closed to public.
I'll take it if you want.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Chair, can I make both of these together?
We still have to have.
Okay, I got to go through them. All right, I'll do them. We can vote on them. Well, I'll do it. All right, case. I'd like to make a motion to approve case BZA 0625000876, the variance request for parking lot design and layout requirements being reduced. I see that it meets all 7 of the variance criteria. There are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. These conditions do not generally apply to the other property in the vicinity. Item number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance, a particular piece of property would effectively prohibit and unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. This is a corner parcel in Avondale. Although it's gone from residential to a limited business type of environment, they're making all the improvements that will minimal impact to the neighborhood, and they have the support of the neighborhood. Item 4, the authorization of the variance will not substantial detriment to the adjacent property or the public good. Again, the neighbors or the application has done a very good job of meeting with the neighbors and improving the overall appearance of the property. So this test has been met. Number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance in effect which would allow the establishment to not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. They're bringing this into compliance with other very similar properties in the area, again, with the support of the neighborhood. Criteria number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. I don't have any problems with this. We have nobody in opposition that's a resident of that neighborhood speaking here tonight. Item number 7, granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of this ordinance. I will include staff recommendation, staff notes. The one staff note: prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan and review process. Can I go to the next part of the dual motion? How do you want to do it, Mr. Chair?
Just let me get a second. Anybody? Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Smith for the second.
Okay. I also, the motion will include case number BZA 0625000877, which is a variance request to eliminate the required land use buffers along the property line sides, 15 feet down to 5 or 10 on Tall Oak and Magnolia Road. This variance this application meets all 7 criteria for approval of zoning variances. There are extraordinary exceptional conditions, particularly this piece of property. This is a corner piece of property that backs up to one piece of property, and they're keeping the existing fence and improving the conditions. These conditions do not generally apply to the other property in the vicinity. Other property in the vicinity is residential around it, other than the business, which is to the south of it. Criteria number 3, because of these conditions, this application, this ordinance, a particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of this property. Again, they're taking it from residential to a limited business activity, and they've taken the steps to restrict things in a small neighborhood forming the application, and they have approval of the neighbors with this. Item number 5, the criteria number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance which would establish the use of non-permitted items in the zoning districts. This is clearly permitted, especially with the special exception that was approved earlier this evening. Criteria number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Again, the reduction in the parking is actually going to help the neighborhood by not causing traffic confusion and traffic obstacles for a very heavily walked pedestrian zone. And criteria number 7, the granting of this variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan. Again, this is a very easy one here, very supported by the neighborhood. I would like to also include staff's comments, recommendations number 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process, and that is my motion.
Okay, I'll second that. Okay. So at this time, any questions, any concern or discussion about 876 or 877? Any discussion? Questions? All right, the vote on 876. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. It's unanimous. 877. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous again. So, I know you're smiling over there, aren't you? So both of your applications have been approved. Good job. Within 10 days, you will have information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you both. Thank you for hanging in there with us, and good night. Okay, and before we conclude, you guys can go. We also have minutes, gentlemen and lady.
July 7th minutes.
Wrong thing.
So move.
Okay.
Give me a second. Board members, the meeting notes for July 7th, 2025 for the public hearing were sent to you. Are there any changes? There are no changes?
I move that we approve them.
So we have a motion that is...
Second.
And a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Yes.
Aye. It carries, so our minutes have been approved from the July 7th meeting. Thank you. So at this time, board members, thank you for your patience and your due diligence for doing all this hard work. This meeting is adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Workin?
It's okay. Because this is the second Monday of the month, we're going to follow Planning Commission, so we're going to meet at 5 on September 8th.
10 cases?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for everything. Yes, the meeting's adjourned.
We leaving either way.
You're kind of out of light, too.